hopefully that means, yeah, it says here that we are live. However, if we're actually live,
You have no idea.
I have no idea.
Open up a link to it and just see if you can hear yourself.
Currently
That
doing
would be
that
good.
right now. If I could... Oh, here's the link. Here's the link.
Posted in Yesrallaw.
Checking it as well.
You have no idea.
Yeah, I hear audio from both me and from you.
Excellent.
So in true Yesrallaw fashion, we are live.
It's alive!
Oh god, I sound like this? Fuck!
Yes, you always have. Right, so if everyone's strapped into their seats and all ready to go.
Oh, should I begin? Should I begin or should I wait?
I'll count you in. How about that? In a
Go
3, a 2, a 1, and go.
Alrighty then. So, the majority of this session is going to be handled by our friend Ez here, going by the name Gara. However, I'm going to be doing a somewhat brief recap of the previous sessions. Immediately after the party arrived back in the continent of Yesrallaw, after having sent through a series of harrowing adventures in another realm, they arrived in the wonderful semi-volcanic land of the Tater, a region that has been rented by a series of tieflings away from elven territory in order to basically establish a foothold within this reality, having migrated from the elemental plane of fire. The party proceeded to quickly make their way towards the nearest pub, which just so happened to also be located in a town with a port. A variety of shenanigans ensued, with Grace having desecrated a local elven temple, and the party then having a little bit of a skirmish, or what came very close to a skirmish at the very least, with the local townspeople, before being promptly told to fuck off and never come back again in exchange for not being reported to the authorities of Nador and Maya. A deal which the party apparently decided to take after having paid the ship that was in port at the time to allow them to hop on board and just go to literally anywhere else, as well as paying the captain of the ship to take a small divergence away from the planned path up to the head tiefling markets, a location that is located roughly in the middle of the Tater, and serves the purpose of being a location for which most business deals are made within this region. The party then proceeded to make their way along, and just before that they were able to make dock, and proceeded to beat the living daylights out of each other. Specifically with Bruce punching Grigori several times and throwing him off the mast of a ship, and Grace using her divine power to impale CD in what can best be described as a bit of a dick move. In either case, the party have now officially split and made their own separate ways, with Grigori and CD having travelled into the tiefling markets, leaving the rest of the party of Bruce, Grace and Garrow on the ship to continue what misadventures they may happen to get up to alone. The story picks up with CD and Grigori making their way away from the ship and into the markets, at which point I hand over the narrative of this story to Garrow.
Oh, thank you, Ginger, for succinctly summing up the last, say, 3, 4, maybe even 5 hours worth of gameplay. So, this is going to be a sort of wrap-up session for Grigori and CD, principally to basically allow them to tie up a couple loose ends. As Ginger has pointed out, Garrow, Grace, and Bruce will be off on their own adventures elsewhere. And let's see how it turns out. So, as we left the group, Edie and Grigori were leaving the ship and leaving behind their old friends and heading into the town. Obviously, a little bit worse for wear and a bit upset, shall we say, at how things had turned out. However, as you walk off the pier into the city proper, you finally have a chance to take in the atmosphere. All around you is the hustle and bustle of countless dockhands, moving barrels and crates in a never-ending dance of efficiency as they weave about each other, pushing carts, carrying sacks even, and rolling barrels. Now, you can't help but marvel at the emergent order in all this apparent sea of chaos as ships are quickly unloaded of goods from who knows where, only to be rapidly restocked with containers of who knows what. Now, this is hardly surprising that in all this hustle and bustle, you find yourself quickly shunted and shoved and sworn at as you try to navigate your way through, creating a local pocket of interference in an otherwise well-tuned machine. Grigori and CD, I would like you to both make perception rolls for me.
All right. Kiki, could you tell me if there's any weird, what is it called, static coming through on my end, because I am just using my microphone without any filters on there. No, so nothing that is being heard on Discord could be heard on the stream, possibly.
It's been so fucking long since I used the player side of Draw20. Alright, perception?
Perception, if you would.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Theo, I've just listened to the stream. Everything sounds fine from what I can tell. But basically, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I refuse to put it any bigger than that, just so you know.
Okay.
If you refer to the text on the bottom.
Theo.
Yes.
Grigori, just for some reason, he has the hairs on the back of his neck pricked up, and he turns around. Doesn't see anything per se, but behind him is an urchin who is now looking directly into your eyes and looking a bit sheepish and quickly backing away. CD, on the other hand, doesn't notice this, and Chase, I would like you to deduct 2 gold coins from your character sheet.
Alright, I'm only now 2 gold pieces poorer with... I only have a meager amount of 3,204 gold.
Oh, okay, as you say that. Make that 20.
Fuck you. Okay, so let me add in the 2 gold pieces I missed.
Chase,
and
you still need to learn for when you need to shut your mouth.
All right. Once you've done that, we'll move on. So, yes, you find yourself in this crazy hubbub. On the far side of the dock, you can see what looks to be like some markets, or behind you is where all the ships are docked. Would you like to move in any particular direction?
In what state did we actually leave the ship? We got back. We were healed up to like 20 hit points. And
You are a little bit worse for wear. You're not
Yeah.
about to keel over and die, but I'd say finding maybe a cleric for hire or even just a good meal would be a good start. And imagine your psyche could do with a drink or two.
that was what I was thinking of as well. I'm gonna propose to Kiki to Chase that to CD that we have to find some place to just sit down, because, well, after what's been happening, after the whole happening of last episode, my just hands are shaking with, I don't know if it's just stress, frustration, rage. I can't put a feeling onto it, but I just want to go sit down somewhere and know that I won't suddenly be punched in the face by what appears to be like a machine gun, if my character would know it, of bullets, but of fists.
I can make
Of
no
this.
promises.
Agreed. Let's go find an inn or a tavern or whatever they fucking
Very
call
well.
it in the Tiefling lands.
I suppose you're going to go deeper into the city then, are you?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. As you worm your way out of the docks, you find yourself in a market, one of many of the city. As you look around, your eyes will fall upon all sorts of odds and ends, trinkets, baubles, etc. You know what? I would like Grigori to make a perception roll for me, please.
All right.
Oh, bloody hell. Okay.
Yeah, my roll.
So I now need you to make a dex save to avoid someone just barging right into you carrying a load of crates. He hasn't seen you. Yeah, you nimbly dodge out the way.
Could I?
The man just doesn't seem to be paying attention. He just keeps barging off on beyond you unless you flag him down.
I'll just like snark at him. Watch where you're going, and in
The man
case.
turns around and you're met face on with a big barrel. You can't tell what's in it, and the man behind the barrel says to you, "Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I'm in a rush. We have to get these loaded real quick. Sorry, it must be off." And he just heads off really quickly. However, for some reason, you feel something in your pocket that wasn't there before.
That's odd. I'll tap Chase on his shoulder and said, "Wait a second," so that he doesn't walk off. CD, so that he doesn't walk off, and I'll try to get out of the way of the main middle of the street where everything's moving around and buzzing around.
That's a good
the
idea.
side. And I'll stay more to the sides, to the if are there any buildings, or is it still just a giant market?
No, there are buildings on both sides now. You're not
Okay.
in the port proper. There
Right.
are warehouses to your right. There are some, I suppose you could call them counting offices to your left. You know, stock checkers, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
There are alleys between the buildings if you want to just duck down one of them.
Well, not necessarily in an alley, but just near the edge of the street, so that we're out of the main walking lines.
Sure. Yeah, if that's what you want, yeah, you can easily move to one side. I mean, the street doesn't exactly have a delineated space for not
Just
busy,
out
but
out of just immediately everybody's bumping into you, you know.
yeah, that's perfectly fine.
And I just want to check what exactly I find in it. If it's anything that's like if it's some paper or anything, I'll have to check that later. If it's anything else like an object or anything bigger than that, I'll maybe take it out. What is it I'm feeling like this isn't supposed to be?
It appears to be a letter. It's in a sealed envelope with a wax seal. The seal looks like nothing more than just a capital letter A, or the elven equivalent thereof.
I'll keep it. I'll keep it in my pocket, and I'll make sure to keep an extra eye out to not lose this. And then I'll just say to Cedar, let's go.
Do you let CD know about the letter?
I just nod to him, we need to go.
Okay.
I'll follow you.
Where would you like to go?
Just further, preferably still somewhere so that we can sit and have something to eat / drink. But at this point I would look towards something that is slightly more secluded.
Okay. There are, of course, taverns in the city. All the ones nearby where you are at the moment, you'd say are a bit too close to the main route. You imagine that the dockhands probably frequent these taverns quite regularly. But you imagine if you go down the alleyways, you may eventually find something a bit more off-grid, perhaps a bit more seedy, if you excuse the pun.
All right. When we arrive there, do we find like some place secure?
What exactly are you looking for in terms of security? If
Uh,
you're just looking for a pub that doesn't have a lot of people, I'd say, if you spend maybe half hour going off the beaten track, you'll probably find something in one of the...
Specifically
more
within the
rundown
pub.
areas.
At this point I would think more of something like an inn.
Okay. Any inn in particular? Like up market, down market? Do you care?
Yes, I do care. I'm currently I'm gonna call upon my character's wisdom and tell me what would I need to roll to know that. What would be the smartest place with my background, knowing what would be.
Okay, you're not going to need to roll for this. Your background is you have a fair idea where you think this letter came from, even though you don't know how it got into your pocket.
Mm-hmm.
You believe that this letter was placed there by your associates, and you know that your associates would only make a direct action like this if there was something time-bound involved.
Okay.
That's it. They have other ways of communicating with you that when they don't need to rush.
Right.
So you also believe that anything that they've sent you would probably be in one of the many ciphers that you understand.
Okay. No, it was just more like which areas would have the best places to have a secluded meeting, or have something that just tighter walls.
So any tavern or pub or back alley would probably be a good place as long as you have your back against a wall.
Okay. I'll pull CD into a back alley then, and before opening it, I want to check the area to see if that there's nobody snooping around.
Okay.
I do that too. What should I roll? Perception?
Well, that would, I'd say, be a perception or an investigation, whichever is better.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say that Grigori has done a good job of sweeping the area. I'm gonna have you make an acrobatics actually, because I want you to check the roof, because I think with that investigation you'd think to do it. Yeah, you're able to shimmy yourself up onto a roof, check it. There's nobody about. CD, meanwhile, is he's checking behind the bins, looking in the bins. He shoos off a few rats because they might be listening in. That's
ironically could happen.
Sorry? Yeah, it could.
Ironically could happen. Yes.
Of course it could. They could be polymorphal. But after spending about 10-15 minutes just checking general area, you feel relatively confident that you're not going to be overlooked.
All right. Then I will just look to my left, look to my right, and just whisper to Chase, I just received this. And then I'll pull out my regular knife and cut along the seal neatly in order to open it, in order to open the letter.
Okay, you cut the seal. Nothing untoward seems to happen. So far, it just seems to be a mundane letter.
Yeah, no. It's just I'm cutting the seal just to open it. But I'm just
So-
using my regular knife and not.
No, I heard that. Yeah, that's fair. Good idea not trying to cut the message in half with an infinitely sharp blade. Are you going to show the letter to CD, or are you going to read it yourself?
I will read it myself first because one, it's probably in Elven or Sylvan and ciphered, so there's no point in showing it to him because he won't understand it. But if he wants, he can like stand beside me and try to read it, but I have confidence in that he won't be able to.
I'm not gonna even try.
That's fair enough. You open it up, and yes, as you thought it would, it'll be in one of the many ciphers that you've been trained in. I could read out to you verbatim what it says, but seeing as you're going to just understand it, I'll just tell you the translation. It is the will of our mutual benefactor that you should go to the last Lantern Inn an hour after sunset. Bring only yourself and those you can trust. Signed, A.
Last hour in 1 hour.
Last
after,
Lantern Inn.
Last lantern in 1 hour after sunset.
Yeah.
Was that correct?
That is
1
correct.
second. Yeah. Okay.
If you'd like, I will actually just put the entire message into the chat for you.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you want to do that, that's good. Do I know who A is?
You have no idea who A is, but you also know that that's the intent. You're not supposed to know who A is.
Exactly.
What I will say to you is that everybody in your organization is A, except for certain exceptions.
Okay.
So, what would you like to do? I believe that the boat came into port in the late morning, and you've had, I'd say, maybe an hour or two to get to this point. So, I'd say you've probably got 6-7 hours to burn.
What I would like to do is get my health back up as much as possible, and I think CD would like that as well.
Okay.
Right?
I would like that.
Other than that, well, is there any armories that
I
we
mean,
can
this
visit?
is one of the big trading towns in the Tater.
Yeah.
It is on the river mouth up to effectively the capital trading city. Put it this way, you can find whatever you need here for a price. Anything you could possibly want is available here, but you may have to ask the right questions.
Okay. I want to stock up on my arrows. Are there even better arrows than just the regular arrows? I keep forgetting that.
It depends what you want to do with your arrows. Like, if you want arrows specifically for hunting game, yes, there are. Beyond that, of course, there will be +1 arrows and that sort of thing. You can find this sort of stuff. What I will say, though, is if you want to get all your health back, i.e. long rest equivalent, you will have to make a choice between shopping or finding a tavern and chilling out.
Yeah, I'm sort of stuck in between finding a healer and finding doing that.
Why do you need a healer? I am here.
Oh yeah, Yeah, but you also
Yes.
need to get back your spell slots.
I barely spent any. Here, let me cast.
Because the thing I conveying to you is that I need to be there. I would like you to be there with me, and that I need you to be in your best, to be your best self. So that means
I have most of my spell slots except 1/5 level one. So if you want me to be strong enough, I would be strong enough.
Well, guys, you have to decide between shopping and resting, healing, etc. You won't have time to do both.
I'll take the resting. I guess.
Okay. So you have a choice. Then you could find a cleric and do it that way, or you can find a tavern and basically spend the rest of the day just chilling, having a few drinks, having a good meal, having a rest, meditating, all that sort of thing. I would recommend the latter, but it's up to you.
No, I would. I'll go with that suggestion.
Yep, me too.
Okay. In which case, I would like you to. We're going to say you just find an inn that meets your needs fairly rapidly. It's going to be a bit priced up to what you'd possibly think is fair, given short notice, and you're in quite a busy place. So it'll be 10 gold each for a room.
Okay.
So if you can deduct that from your character sheets.
Done.
How much it would cost?
10
10.
gold.
10 gold. Okay.
How much of a dent is that in your savings, Chase?
I plan on casting Awaken with my money, so I don't really give a shit how much money I spend in here. I need 1,000 gold pieces.
Well, okay, fair enough then. Chase, for you,
no,
the
we're
inn's
literally
room
the
is
same.
3,000 gold.
Fuck off!
I'm kidding. But let's the whole Awaken thing, I don't think you're going to have time to do today.
Yeah, I figured. Don't worry.
All right. In which case, would you, unless you have any objections, be okay for us to jump ahead to just before sunset?
No,
Could
that's
we
fine.
just?
Or-
could I just press the long rest button and be done with it?
Yeah, effectively.
Okay.
All right.
Would
So,
it be? Yeah, no, it's fine.
yes.
Would it be okay to say that while on there, I would manage to just get 20 arrows somewhere?
No,
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's
You
one
need
or the
you're
other.
focusing on healing yourself mentally and physically after the harrowing experience you've had.
Yeah,
But at the time you'd be ready to go shopping for arrows, the market's all closing up for the night.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, you could ask CD if he's got some spare arrows. I'm sure he'd share them with you.
CD, you happen to have any arrows left, or is this just crossbow bolts?
Bolts.
Doesn't matter. I think I should have enough.
Okay, so it is, let's say, about 30 minutes to sunset. You're both in the common room of the, as you've called it, meet your needs inn. What would you guys like to do?
Yeah.
I'd like to basically ask him to what's the plan when going there, since it's his people, not mine.
That's a good question.
That is a very good question. I think for now, when we get there, try to let me do the talking. And I would guess do not talk unless spoken to. Just stay behind me. we'll see what happens. I'm not exactly sure either.
Alright,
And
fair enough.
and no matter what happens, well, it has been an interesting experience traveling with you.
Same to you, partner.
I wouldn't go that far, but okay, fine, partner. And I want to raise the glass of whatever I'm drinking currently and just...
Thank you.
I'm going to say you are drinking an elven wine, as best befits an elven man who has had a bit of a shit day.
Yeah, I'd guess so, yeah.
Right. I am going to go on a limb and assume that you have asked the local innkeeper of this inn where the last
exactly
lantern is.
Yeah.
Unless you tell me otherwise.
No, that would be a smart thing to do, I'd say.
Okay. In which case, you know its general position. You've been instructed it is near the warehouse district of the city on the east side. Not far from the city walls. So it will take you about 15 minutes to get over there.
Okay.
Do you want to go?
It takes us how much?
Just 15
About 15 minutes to get there. 1-5. And it's
we
about
still have an
half hour
left.
till sunset.
Oh.
You could travel between 80. Twice as fast as your speed would normally... Okay, you can do that if you want, Chase, but Grigori won't be able to keep up with you.
And companions you need.
Oh, I missed that. Sure, if you want to get there in 7 minutes instead of 15. Honestly, it won't make much difference.
I would think that it wouldn't make much difference. I'm just gonna, for last time, just check my gear, see if I have anything on me, anything out of place, dust myself off a bit, and then just ask CD whenever he's ready to go, if he's ready to go.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. You don't have to worry about me.
Alright then, I don't think there's much else here to do, so I just go past the bar and just add another, just put down another gold piece for him. For the barkeep.
Okay, he gives you an odd look at the free money, but, of course he's going to take it.
For the troubles.
Okay, you still he reminds you still have your rooms until tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you are going out this late,
we'll just be going out.
Yeah, he warns you if you are going out this late, just be aware thieves do operate in this city at night.
Yeah, I would have expected as much. What race is he?
He is human.
No, I'll just give him a nod and a slight smile. Yeah, that makes sense for this area. A lot of merchants,
Hey.
A lot of merchants, a lot of goods going around. Anything is able to find and get here.
He makes a gruff grunt noise in the affirmative and nods at you, and goes back to cleaning mugs with a rag. He's not trying to be rude, but you can tell is honestly not too interested in talking to you. You look
I'm
very
not really.
highborn in your outfit, and he looks like a common man.
Well, doesn't really matter. I just hope that he has the door open for us when we get there, back there.
He can't promise he'll still be up when you come back because he doesn't know what time you're coming back. But he does point you to the key under the rock, so you know how to get in if you need to.
Right. Oh, that's good enough. CD, are you
Yeah.
ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I am always ready, man.
Okay. Well, down your drink. Let's go.
All right. He chugs it, puts it down, and let's go.
Right. Well, you meander your way through town. It's a lot quieter now. The hustle and bustle seems to have all died down. CD, strangely, just unerringly, seems to grab your wrist, Grigori, and pretty much just guide you down all the back alleys, all the shortcuts, like completely going off the beaten path from what you were told.
Just so you know, by the way, he has that passive perception thing.
Yes, I have 20
just to
passive perception.
just
So if anyone is spying on us, they have to roll at least above 20. Just so you know.
No, I don't know if it's just for spying, but just in case something happens, you know that he has the passive perception thing.
In which case, I'm going to do this. You are aware that you are being watched, but you do not know where from.
Okay, even I could have seen that one.
Right. So as I say, although you were given quite clear instructions on how to get to your destination, Grigori, CD's basically kind of just grabbed you by your sleeve and is just pulling you down all these different alleyways, completely counter to the directions you were given.
Wait, we were told to last lantern in an hour after sunset.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
all we have.
I assume you're using the city read ability that you sent at me.
Yeah.
I'll complain to him at what are you doing, but I'll also look around where he's pulling me through. And are we in?
You have no idea where he's pulling you to. These are back alleys. There are no signposts. Sometimes you're not even really walking on cobble roads. You're just going over bits of mud. But he seems to be very confident in where he's taking you.
When he asks me where I'm going, I just tell him that I hate unknown places. I hate unknown cities. I hate open areas. These back alleys are way safer, way more secure, and way easier to navigate for me. The rats here warn me if anything happens. The crows up above tell me if there's anyone behind us.
Is that true? Do the crows actually tell you that?
Well, if I cast Speak with Anyone.
Are you casting Speak with Animal?
It's a ritual spell. Let's say I cast it before I started walking. Shall we?
Can you post the spell's description into the chat?
It's here. It's a ritual spell, so I can cast it with 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Just give me a second to read it.
Just so you know, it is 10 minutes off of the time that we need.
Yeah, no, that is fine. It might be difficult to speak with the crows because they're several stories above you, but if they're in earshot, then yes.
Basically put, CD explains that to him in a city, he is the most safest in the back alleys.
Okay. Just to make sure that we get there on time.
Yeah, we will get down there time. As a matter of fact, it's faster than taking the main road.
All right.
Fair enough. Galloping down all the back alleys and out the way places, jumping over a couple fences, you soon find yourself in a slightly more open area in the warehouse district. And CD's basically stopped. He's still holding your sleeve, and gesturing with his other hand to a building in front of you. It is an unassuming building next to a warehouse. At a glance, I'd say you'd probably dismiss it as just another stock trading office. It doesn't really stand out anyway, but if you were to both roll perception for me.
There's another natural one.
This is an easy one. I doubt you'll fail it.
16.
That's fine. So you both notice the sign hanging above the door. It's not well lit, but it is definitely a icon of a lantern upon the sign. So you assume that this is indeed the Last Lantern Inn. Now, you are about, if I've got my maths right, 20 minutes or so early.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do?
Before we go in, I just turn to Grigori and with a serious look on my face, ask him, so, do we know anything about this contact of yours?
I'll just tell him, please do not turn into another bird this time.
Learn my lesson the first time, you don't have to worry about that.
Don't worry, Chase. I don't think Grace will be inside.
I know
She is inside. I will cast heat armor and then run the fuck away.
I'll
I'm not saying
tell-
anything.
I'm telling him. I have no idea. All I know is that whoever it is, I can trust him. Them.
Very well.
All right. So I will repeat again. You are about 20 minutes early. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna to try like inconspicuously just check the area around the inn.
Okay.
Like, is there anything?
I guess that would be an investigation. All right. You find bags of refuse, a spot on the ground where you think someone vomited up in the last couple of days, but beyond that, nothing really untoward.
Right, so that there's no shady people around. There's nothing in the alleyways that I can see. So the area around the inn, from what it was an inn, around the inn looks safe. Looks, well, not safe. Not safe is not the good word, but it doesn't look like there's just a bunch of marauders just lurking around in corners waiting for us to.
You see no marauders, and in fact, there aren't really many places for an entire band of marauders to hide.
It doesn't have to be one spot. They can be spread out over the area.
All right. I will say again though that Chase, CD is aware that you are being watched. Again, you're not sure from where or what.
I would have told him. I would like. Okay, is there any mold that is around?
You could find some mold if you wanted. Why?
Or like plant life in general?
I'm sure there's some weeds.
There's going to be bits of weeds poking up through the cobblestones, sure.
It's a weed through cobblestone around me nearby. Maybe some spores, whatnot.
I can't say whether or not there'll be a big supply of spores, but I guess roll an investigation. Oh, actually, no, scratch that. A nature.
A 6 in nature. Roll to 17.
Something you're good at.
Yeah, okay. You find
Somewhat.
You find some common mushrooms growing in a corner somewhere, like amongst all the rubbish.
I find mushrooms amongst the rubbish, but I don't find anything like in the front door.
You don't find mushrooms in the front door, no.
No. Like any plant in the like nearby the front entrance or like the open.
No, there are no
part of the
plants near the
street.
front entrance. As far as this appears to you, if it wasn't for the sign hanging above it, this is just like an accountant's office that is attached to a warehouse. You know, to make sure that the stock is all counted for.
And this is an inn, right?
Yes, the sign says it is the Last Lantern Inn.
Okay. I would like to once again. Wait, am I still with the speak of with animals? Since we passed in here 7
I would
minutes.
say it took you 8 minutes to get there. So I will allow you to have 2 more minutes with your speaker with animals.
Okay. I try and see if any rats around. Try and ask them if this place dumps bits and remnants of food.
Okay, make a roll of your choice for finding rats. Okay, yes, you find a rat. It says squeak.
Yeah, but
it is looking at you curiously. What would you like to know of it?
I would like to know of it if this place has dumped any food.
The rat kind of imparts to you the idea that the food from here is a bit shit, but yes, when times are tough, you can get food from this place.
Okay, so that means we're not just being called into some desolate area that's not known. This is an actual inn that people have passed through it. I would like to. No, nothing. That's basically it. I just spend the time just looking around, basically. Roll a perception check to see if I notice anything different.
I would like to ask to do the same.
Okay, make your rolls. How much time are you giving to your perception checks?
A minute, just looking around while I'm just walking outside.
Like to give like more than a minute, like 10 minutes after my spell ends.
Spend 10 minutes. Okay, I will say that Grigori, you don't find anything of note. CD, what exactly are you looking for?
I'm looking for the feel. Basically, you told me that I have the feeling that someone's watching me. I want to make sure that what is watching me, basically.
You know that you are being watched by more than one person, but you still do not know who or where. You just have this feeling, it's like you feel the hairs on the back of your neck standing up, but you have no idea.
At this point, I'm just telling him, okay, let's just go in. I don't know how many minutes we had left, but...
So, you've been here for 10 minutes, so there's still 10 minutes till the time that it said that you should arrive in the letter. You can go in early if you want, that is your decision.
Oh, okay. Did it say get inside or wait outside?
Let me bring it up again. It is the will of our mutual benefactor that you should go to the Last Lantern Inn an hour after sunset. Bring only yourself and those you trust. Signed, A.
Okay, I'll wait another 10 minutes. I'll just stand somewhere out, just as inconspicuous as an autistic elf that wanders around the street for I don't know how many minutes, searching through the area can be at this point.
Yeah, well, as far as you know, there's no one's out and about. You're off the main streets. You don't see any people walking about. All you hear is the occasional squeak of a rat. The occasional creak of a building. At long last, after waiting, it is now an hour after sunset. What would you like to do?
Do I hear anything?
Nothing that you didn't hear before.
Okay, then I'll
Nothing appears to have changed.
Then I guess I'll just tap CD on the shoulder and just tell him it's time.
Before we go, this will only take a second. Listen, I have a spell. I basically tell him this, and I ask him what does he want as benefit from it.
Me?
Yes. There is Bear's endurance. You have advantage on constitution and gain 2d6 temporary hit points. Bull's strength. Advantage on strength checks and double the carrying capacity. Cat's grace. Advantage on dexterity checks, and you don't take damage from falling 20 feet or less if you're not incapacitated. Eagle's splendor. You have advantage on charisma. Fox cunning. You have advantage on intelligence checks. And Owl's wisdom, you have advantage on wisdom checks.
Oh, that's a cool spell.
Mhm.
Shit. If only I knew. Well, the thing I'm mostly shit at is Constitution and Strength. I'd say the Constitution one if it had, yeah, the Constitution one.
The Constitution one. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, Chase, roll 2d6.
Okay. 6.
I mean, that's average roll, I guess.
That's temporary hit points, right?
Yep. For how long does this last?
An hour.
So 1 hour.
You for up to 1 hour, or until Chase casts a concentration spell.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
I'll also be casting it on a third spell slot and give myself an Owl's wisdom.
Owl's wisdom. Which one was that again?
That was the
advantage
wisdom
on wisdom
checks.
checks. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So mark the temporary hit points, and yeah, we'll keep in mind that you have wisdom advantage for the next hour.
And I have
Okay.
Constitution advantage.
How long have you spent on enhancing abilities? How much
6
time did that
seconds.
take?
I think that's like instant.
Yes, 6 seconds.
Casting time one. Okay, so it's 12 seconds because you did it twice.
No,
Oh,
I use the spell slot higher. I could just like bless us both.
Oh, okay. I see. Fair enough.
And I'll tell him it's time, and I gesture that we're going in.
We
All
go in.
right. You go in. Who goes in first?
I go in first.
Okay. Upon entering, you are greeted with a rundown establishment. There's a few customers, and as you enter, they all seem to stop whatever they were doing and eye you suspiciously. I would like a perception roll from both of you.
I have advantage on. Nice.
Yeah, good rolls all around. So, you notice that despite this being an inn, none of the customers seem to be drinking. They, as I already mentioned, are eyeing you suspiciously, and you notice they all seem to be... You wouldn't consider any of these people to be dockhands. They carry themselves in the wrong way. They're all sitting at various tables. There's 3 of them. You notice, thanks to CD's Nat 20, the subtle bulge of crossbows and other weapons under their cloaks. But other than that, they seem to be basically trying to stick in the shadows and keep to themselves.
What race are they?
You can't tell for certain, but they are of either tall humans or elves.
Okay. Anything else that we noticed, or is that it?
No, I mean, you notice you are in an inn.
Yeah, fair
there is an innkeeper behind the bar. There are plenty of spare places for you to sit. What would you like to do now that you're in here?
I'll gesture to Chase to sit down at with me at one of the empty spots.
Okay. You sit down and nothing appears to happen for a while. After a while, the innkeeper who has noticed you scratches his forehead and then eventually says, "Well, we don't serve at the table, so if you want something, you'll have to come up here."
And I'll just suggest to wait here, and I'll go grab something. Is there any thief cant at this point?
No one's talking. It's unusually quiet in this inn. Like you definitely wherever you walk around this inn, you definitely can feel the eyes of everyone on the back of your neck. Like everyone's watching you as you move. So as you get to the bar, the innkeeper says, "What will it be?"
Oh, let me think. I take out the letter and I slide it on the table and I'll tell him.
I would like you to make a wisdom roll.
If that's smart, maybe a good idea.
Oh, bloody hell! How's it? You do get advantage, but it doesn't really help. All right, please continue.
2 pints, please.
So did you take the letter out and put it on the bar?
Yes.
Okay. He looks down at the opened letter. I assume it's still in its envelope.
It's in the envelope.
But the envelope is opened. You've broken the seal. He raises an eyebrow, but doesn't comment on it. You asked him for 2 beers, didn't you?
Yes, and I'll put away the envelope.
He nods shortly and says, "Right, go sit with your friend. The beer will be over shortly."
I nod and I go back to CD.
Okay. You got a passive perception of what, Theo?
15.
Fair enough. Then you don't need to roll for this. You do notice that there was a slight intake of breath from someone when you took the letter out, but the fact that nothing seems to have happened seems to have calmed down whoever responded. After about 5 or 6 minutes, where I assume you two make awkward attempts at conversation, the barman comes by your table and drops off 2 glasses and a bottle of wine with the name upon it saying "Book Checkers Special Reserve." He then looks at the both of you for a moment before returning to behind the bar. You are quite painfully aware that what he's put on the table is not beer.
Yes. I just one thing, just to edit what you just said before. We don't make, or at least CD doesn't try and make any awkward attempts at conversation. He is like as silent as he can be.
Okay. So you both just sit in awkward silence for a few minutes. Fine.
You wouldn't call it awkward. You would call it more tense silent. Like we're springs prepared to jump at anything that happens.
Fair enough. So before you are 2 mugs, glasses rather, and a bottle of what appears to be elven wine. It says upon it, the name of this wine is Book Checkers Special Reserve, and it has an image of an old tome upon it. That's correct. Yes.
I just look at the bottle and then look at Grigori.
I take a look at the bottle as well. Does the name of the of the bottle have any special meaning to me?
I don't know. Does it? Does it? It is not thieves' cant.
The book checking.
Yes. I'll take.
I'll tell you what. I will allow this. Make an investigation roll. Just Grigori.
Well,
that's an intelligence.
Straight intelligence.
It's a shame. Oh, never mind. Okay, 31.
Wow, that's even fucking
hell.
better. Jesus.
Okay. You notice that the book on the bottle matches a book that you own. A very special book. A book that might be relevant given what's happened to you today.
I will pull out my notebook.
Okay, as you rifle through the pages, you get to the latest page, and you'll notice that there is one short note in there, and it says, "Pay the innkeeper precisely 4 gold, 20 silver, and 69 copper, and ask him if there are any rooms available tonight."
I hope he has change.
As you were looking at this, another message is added that when he tells you rooms are available, you should insist on inspecting the rooms yourself.
How much did he say? Did it say 4 gold?
Here, let me copy it into the chat for you. $4 gold, 20 silver, and 69 copper. That's how much you are supposed to pay for this bottle.
I'm gonna take a sip out of it.
Okay.
Out of the cup we got.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this is a wine that I'd like you to make a history roll for me.
All right.
Can I make it too?
You won't know this. Yeah, you've had this wine before. In fact, you remember first tasting this particular wine, perhaps even this exact same year of wine, when you came of age and were first inducted into your organization.
I'll gesture to CD to taste it as well.
CD silently pours a cup and just sips on it.
I would like CD to make a constitution check.
For sipping? Okay. Saving
This is
throw
elven
check.
wine. It's quite strong.
The constitution or it doesn't really matter. Oh, sorry. This
fine.
is normal.
You're fine.
But,
No, that's
it's
the correct
not
roll. That's fine. Yep, you suffer no ill effects. You find it's a very strong wine. You've never had anything quite like it. You feel you could learn to like it, though.
CD just notes in his mind that the most he's used to is like barely serviceable liquor. So this is a nice change.
Oh, this is a lot better than anything you've ever had before. So
I'm gonna stand up from the table.
Okay.
And I will go back to the barkeep and ask him if they have rooms available.
He nods shortly and says, "Yes, we have rooms, but I'd like it if you were to settle your bill before we talk about rooms."
Perfectly understandable.
As I'm sure you know, that is a rather special drink that you have drunk. So I expect to be paid appropriately.
It is a very, very nice wine. I have tasted it before. It is quite exquisite. And I put down 5 gold.
No. 4.
Your instruction was precisely 4, 20, and 69.
I don't have 69 copper.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Do you want to get change from Chase?
Chase, do you have change?
You are in luck because I have 18 copper pieces.
Why don't we just say You were able to pay the man the appropriate amount.
I was about to say, I don't think we've ever been paying the copper.
Yes. In any case,
Let's just say you have loose change on you, okay?
in any case, we're just gonna say that you have the appropriate amount, and just pay him the appropriate amount.
Look,
Yeah,
this
I'll
isn't an autistic campaign.
Oh yeah.
You were able to achieve the correct amount of money and the correct amount of denominations at will.
I'm sorry.
We'll hand wave this. Like, I wasn't even going to mention anything until you said, "Oh, I don't have any."
I was looking at the gold and I was like, oh yeah, I've got enough of that, and then towards the copper and the silver, like.
Okay,
just...
so what do you pay him with? Can I get?
I'll
an
pay
answer
him
on that?
I will pay him exactly 4 gold, 20 silver, and 69. I just realized what you did there.
I don't know what you're talking.
Nice.
Oh, thank you. Right, so
And
he looks at the denominations that you. Yeah, go ahead.
As I put the money on the table, I would like to also tell him. No, never mind. Just go. Just never mind what I said.
Okay. He looks at the denominations of the money before him, counts it out quickly, and then puts his hand on the table and just pushes it behind the counter into a collection tray. He then looks at you as if expecting you to ask something.
I would like to inspect the room, if you don't mind.
Oh yes, the room you mentioned. Yes, come with me. You probably should bring your friend with.
CD?
Okay, I just stand up and go with them.
All right. The innkeeper will lead you behind the bar, which you notice is not up the staircase, which is where you'd thought you'd go. And as he does, he says, "I'll have you know, we run an honest establishment here. I'm sure you'll find a room to your liking." And as you go into the next room, you see several doors in the corridor, and he points to the middle one. That would be the room there. Feel free to go in.
I give him a nod. And, well, I'll do as he says.
Do you both go in?
I'm going. CD as well, right? Or...
Yes, he just follows you.
All right, you find yourself in a room. It has 2 single beds, a writing desk, and a cupboard. Nothing too outlandish. There's a window, on the wall, though it's so grimy you can't see out. As you're looking around, you hear a soft click, and when you turn back, you find that the door has closed behind you.
Can I roll to see if there's anything out of hand in here?
I am going. Yeah, I would like to do an investigation on the room.
By all means.
Mine, it would be more perception.
But go ahead, make the roll of your choice.
20.
The room seems like as you expect it to. As you're looking around, nothing seems untoward. Although suddenly, the entire room goes dark, and even those who have dark vision seem to be unable to see anything briefly. Suddenly, out of the darkness, you hear a familiar voice shouting, "Heretics, have at you!" And Grace appears before you, charging, on foot, her sword drawn.
Do we see her?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think that's...
Oh, the light went back on?
No, it's everything except for Grace, who has her holy aura, is completely dark. You can see each other, you can see Grace, but nothing else.
Okay. Let me see here. How much time do we have? Like, can we only spend a reaction?
I would say she is about 30 foot away from you, which is odd given the room was not that big.
So I have one action that I can spend.
Yes, you both have one action. Hold person. Okay, accumulate. Okay. Before I resolve that, what would Grigori like to do?
I would try to take a step back and get my arrows out, my bow and arrow.
So you're going to ready an attack.
I'm gonna try to shoot as soon as I can. As fast as I
Okay.
can.
I believe you are able to attack in a single action. Is that what you want to do?
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I do an insight check, because this seems very weird out of nowhere.
You may do an insight check. I am going to allow you to roll Arcana. Both of you.
Oh god, this is something I'm shit at. Apparently not.
Well, nice roll there. Yeah. You were right to feel that something was a bit odd there. Because you notice that this isn't real. This appears to be an elaborate illusion.
So I don't spend a spell slot.
Your hold person spell did go off, but there was no person that you could see that you were targeting because it was an illusion. Grigori, you began to ready your bow, but you stopped yourself. The lights come back up. You find yourself back in the room you were in before, and you hear someone slow clapping behind you. As you turn around, you see a well-dressed elf wearing outfit not too much dissimilar to what Grigori wears, clapping. Well done. Even when faced with imminent danger, you held back. I'm glad to see your training hasn't been completely lost on you, Grigori.
As the lights are back on now, right?
Yeah, it's just a normal room again.
Yeah. Do I?
The door is open as well. He's walked in through the open door.
Right. Do I recognize who he is?
You do not recognize him specifically, but the way he's carrying himself and the way he's dressed leads you to assume that he is someone superior to you in your organization.
If that is the case, I will. Well, I will stand. I don't know what the term is. I will.
Stand down.
No.
I believe the term is stand to attention.
I will stand to attention. After having put away my bow.
CD will put away the staff that he carries around, but he's just going to be like in vague respect, standing.
And I will say, okay. Thank you, sir.
Ah, good. I like to see that you haven't forgotten to show respect to your superiors when needed. However, now is not the time for formalities. So please, if you can follow me, I would like to debrief the both of you.
Yes, sir.
So, I would like to take a 2-minute break here so that I can just go deal with feeding the cats. So, please talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, take your time. I'll go a quick run to the loo in that case. The stream will be running in the background.
Let us hear you pass.
The mic, on the other hand, is muted.
That's a shame.
I have given Ez information about the world, but otherwise he has come up with and detailed out pretty much all of the happenings that will be occurring during this session. So, I'm just as interested as you are to see what happens here.
Ginger, I have a tweet that I want you to review and tell me whether or not it's true.
What do you want me to review?
This tweet. I posted in Yesrallaw Odyssey. In the
Uh,
meanwhile, let me speak about...
Twitter.
Okay. Do you see it?
Uh-huh.
Do you agree with it?
No.
Why?
Because male validation doesn't require women.
Based...
What have I just walked back in on?
basically a tweet that says trad wives and promiscuous women hate each other because they have the same goal of male validation, but different strategies on how to achieve it.
Okay. I guess so. I've never really thought about it.
I'm back.
Anyway,
It
good
reminds me
timing.
of it reminds me of people that go after trad wives but end up with dart wives.
Heck,
Same
No,
letters,
no.
different configuration.
Lol. Even.
That's, all I'm going to say is, like, it's not fair to rag on the dyslexics. They can't help it, you know?
Exactly.
Anyway, if you're
That's why
ready,
they're
we
playing
can...
about Ginger being replaced in Hollywood.
God
I mean,
damn
it has the same letters. Just a different,
No. I am making executive decision here. We are not going any further down this station.
Don't
If
worry.
everyone's ready, we can continue.
Don't worry. It's not your channel that gets that gets flagged.
Doesn't matter.
Though.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right. So, you have followed this elven man to another room. You find the room is got nothing in it. All the windows have been blacked out. There is some lanterns to provide light, and in the middle of the room is a table. There are 2 chairs on one side and 1 chair on the other. The man goes and sits on the chair on the one side and leaves the 2 chairs for you guys to sit in. He doesn't gesture to them or invite you to sit down. He just sits there, waiting patiently. His hands held in an arch in front of him.
I will follow suit and sit in the chair.
I will follow suit and sit, but I want to do an insight check on this guy to like figure him out.
Go ahead.
Anything there.
Okay.
Like-
This
Mhm.
is what you take away from insight. This is a very controlled man. He only lets slip exactly what he wants you to see about him. As you actually look over his outfit, despite being well dressed, there is nothing about it that particularly stands out. No baubles, no gems, no symbology of any sort. In fact, the cloak he's wearing doesn't even have any gold trim to it. It's well made, but nothing about it would make it stand out if you had to, say, describe him to someone else.
Okay, so that means he's not being nice for no reason. I can trust him.
He's not being nice at all.
Yeah, the personality trait of my character is that he thinks if anyone is nice to him, that individual hides something evil behind him.
Right, so he has neither been nice nor cruel to you at this point in time. So, once you sit down, he'll take a deep breath, let it out, and then turn to face Grigori directly and say, despite having been able to congratulate you on remembering some of your training, I do unfortunately have to chastise you for forgetting other bits of your training. I understand you spent a lot of your time around these people, but an operative must always remember his training. Had this not been such an important meeting, you would have been reprimanded quite severely for showing the letter to the barkeep. We are going to let it slide this time, but please be more careful in future.
I look what is it? Disappointed. The face, the look on my face is just disappointed at myself for allowing such stupidity, and I will just look at him, down at his hands, back at him, and I say, "Sir, apologies, sir. It will not happen again, sir."
His face reveals no emotion. His eyes stare at you piercingly, and he says, "Very well, see that it doesn't." Now, we already know from the reports you have sent us where you say you have been and what has transpired of late. And I must say, we find it all highly unusual. Can you tell me anything more about where you were, how you got there, and how you got back? And whilst Grigori is gathering his thoughts, he looks over at CD as well, as if to imply that you would welcome an answer from him as well.
Well, at first I will explain to him the way that we got into said other world, which was by a weird man smelling of cheese, or what? No, it was a weird, it was a weird oily man smelling of cheese. He called himself.
He raises an eyebrow when you say this, but doesn't say anything.
And apparently the act of shaking his hand transported us to a different world. Isn't that right, Sadie?
Yes. He just replies tensely.
And where were you exactly? I've seen your reports. You have said you were in the land of. He pauses for a moment as if trying to recollect something. France, was it?
Yes. We were at the moment initially we were in one of the marketplaces, or around one of the marketplaces in Meadowburn, and as soon as we got into contact with that man, we were suddenly in some cellar in a country or nation in a region that they called France. And I'll continue to explain to him that for some reason the population there was speaking Elven. Nobody else. They didn't look Elven at all. And I'll basically just explain what happens in our first meetings with the rabbi, with what was his name, Justin.
And if he needs any confirmations from me, CD, I would just reply tensely yes or no.
No,
depending on what's the question.
he can you can add extra things as well.
Yeah, he has made it clear he wants you to contribute, Chase.
Oh, yeah, I'll basically apply about the weirdness of their culture and like anything that stood out to me in that case.
And I'll note also or I'll highlight that it seemed that whenever we used our magical abilities, anytime we casted magic, there seemed to be something happening. For example, tufts of smoke, shining light, and in most cases, demons appearing. And
He holds up a hand to pause you there and looks behind you as if he's listening to someone, but there's no one there when you turn to look. And then he says to you, yes, I believe you mentioned that in your reports about the demons, but tell me, what in your opinion is the likelihood of being able to recreate the journey to this world, or even the journey back from this world?
Sir, I believe with the I assume I believe it is very the chances of recreating this are very high. And in fact,
Go on.
I have here an object in with which I would be able to do it instantaneously.
At that, you see the first glimpse of actual emotion upon his face briefly before it goes away. He has a look of great concern very briefly, but you blink and it's almost as if it never happened. He again looks to be like lost in thought or listening to someone who isn't there. This goes on for an uncomfortable amount of time, and just before you're about to ask him like if he's okay, if he's still there, or anything, he turns back to you and says, "Can I see this tool that I can recreate the conditions?"
Yes, of course. And I pull out the Edge of Tomorrow, and I hold it in front
Edge
of
of
me.
reality.
So, sorry.
Edge of Tomorrow is I
is the
believe
movie.
a time traveling movie.
It's a Groundhog Day like movie.
Yes.
So
Okay, so you take out the Edge of Reality. Are you
Yes.
taking it out of its sheath, or are you keeping it in the sheath?
I take it out. I put it with the sheath on the table, and I slowly take the knife. I take the sheath away so that the knife is on the table, visible. And
Okay,
before
he looked at it. Oh, go ahead.
I'll just remind him, sir, be careful. This side is infinitely sharp.
He raises an eyebrow, looking genuinely curious at that statement, and carefully picks it up by the handle and examines it from various angles, as if trying to get a full view at it from all angles simultaneously. Before, after turning it in his hand a few times, putting it back on the table and nodding, and he says, "Okay, you can put it away again now."
Yes, sir. I'll put it back in the sheath and I'll attach it back on my person.
He gets that far away look again for a while. And then he addresses to both of you again. I would like to know more about this knife, this tool. Does it have a name?
It is called the Edge of Reality.
The Edge of Reality, you say? And why have you not reported about this knife to us beforehand? If it is indeed as powerful as you say, it should have been something you included in your reports almost straight away.
I have only recently found out it was capable of that.
I see. And when and where did you originally come across this knife?
It was me who came across this knife. We basically found it in a abandoned cottage near Verdenfell.
We found it
Once
in a cottage near Verdenfell, indeed.
in the
We were-
basement. Okay. Do you want to
Yeah.
speak?
No. Go ahead, CD.
Well, in the basement in there, we opened it up. We had a dwarf with us who, his name, sorry for that. Yeah, we had a dwarf with us whose name is Gunnar. And
We are
down,
aware of the dwarf gunner, yes.
yes, down in there, we found a chest. Opening the chest, we found a pillow with the edge of reality sitting on it. I was the one who touched the blade, triggering what we would learn later as a weapon white. We did not know what the weapon white was or is. We just knew that he was focused on this blade.
I'll add a bit of extra information. As my reports would show, we found indeed this knife there, and from that point on, we were being followed by what seemed to be a weapon white that was staying in its realm by anchorage to this knife. We managed to vanquish it from here, and up until those points, the only thing that we knew about this knife is that it was capable of cutting through every material we have put in at its blade so far.
Indeed, we thought that Grigori here would be the most capable between us of using that blade, and so we gave it to him.
I see. Well, I believe that, unfortunately, Grigori, that I need to chastise you again. Please make your reports more detailed in the future.
I will do as you say.
You say that you know how to use this to recreate the traveling to this other world.
I believe so, yes.
Can you take people with you?
That I do not know. I have not tried that out.
I believe this is something that will need to be tested.
I give him a nod.
He gets that distant look again, and then when he looks back at you, he speaks, and you've noticed this, I'm sure, that his voice, his cadence, seems to have changed several times during the conversation. It's the same man, the same voice, but the way he speaks, how quickly he speaks, that sort of thing, keeps changing between different questions. Now, when he addresses you, he speaks in a much more deliberate voice. Finally, I'd like to hear from you directly about this human known as Grace. What do you know of Grace?
CD, like, let's low growl.
I have written up I believe as much as I could from before we traveled to the other realm. You have the information of the Paladin Grace being a fanatic for her devotion. And during the time that we were in the other realm, it seems something had happened to her, and it feels like she was, the best term was I could use is born again. And from that moment onwards, she has been a religious fanatic for the one of the larger faiths from that other world, chastising everybody against her, and also eventually bringing that back here with the intention of spreading it and using chaos and war in order to bring back that god from the other realm.
We to mark something that you probably, I don't know whether or not Grigori wrote in it, but obviously we took offense to that, and we were planning on, at the very least, informing the Elven Empire and close relatives and people in power about, a maniac wanting to wage a genocide and plunge the world into a world war. But apparently a drunken, useless monk took offense to that. Should have fucking him.
Shut up. Oh, sorry. No.
He raises an eyebrow and looks at both of you for a moment, staring intently, particularly at CD. We are aware of what happened upon the ship. Your embellishments aside, he looks at CD briefly, and then turns back to Grigori. As you well know, our modus operandi is to utilize people of Grace's disposition when possible. Do you, Grigori, personally believe Grace is truly a threat, or someone that our mutual benefactor could leverage?
As a quick out of character question,
Mm-hmm.
do who I know who the mutual benefactor is, but who was that again?
No, you don't.
Okay, I don't. I see.
Okay. The mutual benefactor is a title, a name where there is no name.
I see.
It is a term that is used to refer to either the singular most important person of the organization, possibly the elven lord that originally set up, though you're not sure, or it could actually be a council of several. You don't know.
Okay.
All you know is that when the term mutual benefactor is made, it's a serious conversation and you should never answer lightly. He patiently watches you, waiting for your answer. His question, by the way, again was, do you personally believe Grace is truly a threat, or someone our mutual benefactor could leverage?
I believe leverage may be possible, however, due to the chaotic nature of that individual, I personally feel that it may not be the wisest decision.
He takes a deep breath and then nods. Regardless of your opinion in this situation, our mutual benefactor has already decided on what we will do with the Grace problem. Your advice has been noted, and it pleases us to hear that we are more or less in accord. He then, again, his voice, his cadence changes, and he becomes slightly more animated than he was a moment ago. Grigori, you have new orders. And he reaches into a pocket and presents you with a sealed roll of parchment. It is safe for you to open it in this room, but please do not share this outside of this room, as I'm sure you understand.
Is he standing, or is he handing it to me?
No, he's still sitting there. He's holding out a roll of parchment to you. It has the seal with the letter A on it, like last time.
I take the letter, and in response I say, "Sir, I will not make the same mistake twice, sir."
CD sighs. Sorry. CD sighs and then says, "Okay, I've been listening long enough. I have a question that I think I need an answer to. You know..."
The man turns to look at you.
I am, well, for the lack of better words, unemployed currently. And I'm willing to put all of my efforts into the service of whatever organization you're part of. I just want one thing and one thing only. A promise. Simple promise. That to be kept for a later date. It doesn't matter when the date is, it just matters that it is kept. That bitch gets burned.
You see the man's face go through many subtle and slight emotional features, a couple twitches here and there, and then he eventually speaks and says quite bluntly to you, "I am sorry, CD, but this is not a job interview. However, your interest has been noted, and we will keep your information on record in case, in a future date, we have need of you. For now, however, we would advise that you stay nearby to Grigori."
You don't have to tell me twice. I'll be watching his back. I know I can trust him at the very fucking least.
Language.
Indeed.
Sorry.
Theo, are you going to read your new orders?
Yes. I will open the seal, and I will read the orders.
When you open the seal, I'd like you both to make a perception roll.
I have advantage, thank God.
I don't know how it is with my perception rolls, but suddenly
You've been rolling well today.
I've been rolling very well today, apart from.
And only when I got my blessing am I starting to roll well.
Hey, better safe than sorry.
Okay. It is very subtle, but you both notice a faint yellow glow coming from the inside roll of the parchment as you unroll it. Grigori, you've never seen this before when receiving new orders. However, you get the feeling that this is probably an important set of orders because of that. So when you unrolled the parchment, no, it was very briefly as you broke the seal and began to unwind it. I will say right now that even though CD would be unable to read your orders, if he were to gaze upon the parchment, he won't actually see any writing at all. It looks blank to him. You, on the other hand, will see in very short prose and neat handwriting that your new mission is to find a means of either discouraging Grace from her crusade or pointing her away from the world. As part of this mission, you are required to obtain or otherwise create a symbol of Mars as a means of being able to approach and speak to Grace in the means of parley. The letter ends with, remember, when we are in doubt or duress, Titania is always watching and may offer us counsel in times of great need. And the letter is signed once again, A. Once you've had a chance to read this, reread it, and feel that you are confident in your orders, the letter disintegrates to dust in your hands.
Okay, good, because I wanted to burn it otherwise.
If you look up at the man, you'll notice him watching you expectantly. And if you don't say anything, he will ask you eventually, do you feel you understand your orders?
Sir, I will carry out these orders to the best of my ability.
I am sure you appreciate, given the nature in which the orders were given, that this is of the utmost priority and supersedes any other orders you may have.
I understand. I have one question.
Now this
if I may.
He gets slightly irritated, but he allows you to ask your question.
The parley is, I assume, with me, with us. I pointed.
Yes, with you.
I have no further questions. Apologies for the interruption.
He takes a moment to regather himself and then says, this outpost is not the best equipped of our organization. However, we can supply you with some things should you need them for your mission. You have but to ask, but you must ask whilst you are in this room.
I believe the best way to ensure. Sorry, could you tell me the orders again, please?
Are you asking the man or me?
U.S.
Okay. Your orders are to find a means of either discouraging Grace from her crusade or pointing her away from your world.
Are these orders said out loud?
No.
No.
Okay, never mind.
You do not hear these, or you were unable to read them as well. Right.
By the way, just separate to that, do I have a feeling that these orders need to be carried out no matter what?
You've never received orders in this manner before, and the fact that your superior has said these supersede any other orders says to you that this is your most important mission at the moment.
I know, but just as a feeling on me, it's just like, okay, there's no possibility that I cannot do this.
You may be concerned about your god oath, I suppose.
No,
Remember,
it's
you
it's
did
something
make an
beyond
oath
that.
to the gods.
It's something beyond that.
Okay, you'll have
Yes.
to tell me what you're thinking.
I'm gonna hazard a guess and say that Grigori should feel like he is expected to carry out these orders or die trying.
Yes.
It is of that level, yes. But then most of your orders are carry out or die trying anyway. That's just the nature of your organization.
There's a slight difference. but okay. That's yeah. I reaffirm that the orders are clear, and if there are any forms of explosives that we could use.
He gets at this look again, and when he looks at you once more, our itinerary for the outpost that you're at does not include any explosive.
We shall need the well.
I would
the
like to
monk-
stress, in
yeah.
case you missed it, Theo, but there was a second part to your mission, which was you need to assemble a symbol of Mars so that you can approach Grace. That means either getting hold of one, crafting one yourself, or paying someone to do it for you.
Sorry, what? I don't really understand.
Part of your orders, so I've repeated your main part of your order. I think
Yeah.
you've understood that now. But
Yeah.
part of your order is your organization has commanded of you that they believe the best way to approach Grace, to speak to her, is whilst carrying a symbol of Mars. So you need to either assemble it or get a blacksmith to build one for you, or otherwise craft it.
Mm-hmm. I need to assemble a symbol of Marsh in order to.
Yes.
To.
They believe it's the only. It's the best way to actually have a conversation with Grace, given your last encounter with her, etc. Also, I'm just going to paste this because you may have missed it, but this was the last part of the message of your orders.
Ginge, who was Titania again? I've heard.
That's your god.
Okay.
That's the god of the elves.
Titania is a god that is effectively revered as the ancient deity responsible for caring for all elven and elven-derived entities within this plane of existence.
Okay.
She is also known to be the primary god in charge of and holds complete dominion over the Feywild, a dimension that is somewhat common knowledge within the elven religion to be the original origin point of elven ancestry. Much in the same way that in the real world, Africa is believed to be the origin point of humanity.
Okay. Yeah. No. For some reason, I heard Titania, and I thought to myself, what was the name of the Red Queen again? So that's why.
That's someone else.
That's what I. That's what I wanted to know. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want? By the way, Chase, CD can also request items if you need for this mission. Of course, you don't know what the mission is, but if you have any general requirements in terms of you need more bolts or something like that, or more herbs.
Let me see here. One second.
Whilst you don't know what the mission is specifically, I think you would have pieced together it involves Grace. And
yeah, I would involve her. Yeah. Basically put, I'm thinking that it's, without any other further clues, I think it's either impede or, kill the bitch. So I'm just thinking on what would my character ask for? He would ask for material components that require items in it, basically.
Are you asking for poisons?
Well, I would ask for poison. Yes, like the hardest, or at the very least, something.
She's what is it?
Necrotic.
Immune to poison.
Yeah, immune to poison, but not necrotic, is she?
Good point.
I don't believe she's immune to necrotic, and I'm not sure if she's actually immune to poison. I think she's immune to disease. Ginger, am I right?
Sorry, what was that?
Is a
Grace
paladin
is Grace immune to poison? I thought she was immune to disease.
I'm pretty sure it's immunity to disease, but not poison.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
So as far as you're concerned, Chase, she is not immune to poison.
Okay. So I ask for anything that could be hard hitting, and I ask for diamond worth 300 gold pieces. I make it clear that I'm willing to pay that price for that diamond.
What do you intend to use this diamond for?
A revivify spell in case one of us dies.
He nods and says, "If you're willing to pay for it, this can be arranged. As for your other request, I believe we may have something here that could be of use to you." And as he finishes speaking, a couple of vials just seem to appear on the table.
And alongside of that, I would like to ask for a better bow. And
what bow are you currently using?
I am currently it's not a +1 bow. It's just a master crafted light crossbow.
Isn't that the same as a +1?
No, Trigg specifically said it was not a +1 bow.
The difference is that a +1 bow is considered magically enhanced, whereas a mastercrafted is considered not magically enhanced, just very well made using mundane materials.
He pauses for a moment and then looks at you afterwards and says, "We can accommodate you with one +1 bow, but it is the only one that this outpost has, so you will need to recompense for it."
Without hesitation.
He's basically saying you have to buy it.
I shall without hesitation.
Okay, so he will say to both of you, "Please put the gold you're intending to use to buy the items in question upon the table."
And alongside of that, I would ask for the for the strongest arrows that they can offer here.
He will provide you with arrows. They only have regular arrows here.
Okay.
So
how much gold?
All in all, it's 300 gold per diamond, and we're going to say 400 gold for the bow.
Okay.
So, Chase, are you still there?
I am still there. I actually want to. When he asks for the price, I actually add in that I want 2 extra things. Let me see them. I want a black pearl worth at least 200 pieces, or 200 gold pieces. And let me find the fucking spell. It's here, I swear. I just can't find it. Yeah, and an object with the image of a dragon engraved on it worth at least 500 gold pieces. So that makes up for 1,300 gold.
Hang on. They don't have a black pearl. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
As for the dragon item, he doesn't have one, but he suggests that you'd be able to find something like that in the market.
Fair enough. I'll just pay for the diamond then.
How many diamonds?
I'll actually buy 2.
Oh, that's 600 gold.
600
So
gold.
can you
Oh,
both
then,
subtract the gold from your sheets?
Okay. Actually, if I thought it was 500 gold pieces. If that's the case, I'm gonna buy 3. As a matter of fact.
3, so that's 900 gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
Yes. So please put the 900 gold on the table. I have no idea where this is coming from your person and how you're carrying that much gold, but
I think at the point we said it wasn't. We wouldn't count it
and
anymore because.
Theo,
Yeah.
please deduct 400 gold.
All right.
Look,
You
universal
now
rule
have
of this campaign. Shush, it's all bag of holding tricks, don't worry about it.
Oh, and I would also like to 2 bags of holding.
He can't provide you with bags of holding.
Ah, okay.
Let me make this clear, like from what he said, because you haven't caught on. This is a backwater outpost you're at. It's not
Yeah.
fully well equipped.
Right.
You're lucky that they had one magic item that they could give you, and
Yeah,
they're giving
yeah.
you the only one they have in their store.
In that case, I will pay double the price.
400 gold will be fine.
Fine.
This is not a case where they need your money. You're giving them the money to get another one. It will just
Yeah.
take them time to get it.
I'm giving the money to get 2.
You want 2 plus 1 bows?
No. I'm to also. I'm taking one they have. They have to get a new one for them. May as well.
No.
You don't need to do that. All right,
Fine.
they let them manage their own logistics, Theo.
Okay.
Do you think the organisation is that poor? They need your charity.
No.
So all I'm going to need.
Look, if you start messing with the logistics of things, it has knock-on effects to higher tiers, and it gets all messy. And
Okay. I
it's
will
just,
not.
it's just a nightmare.
I won't.
It's worse than that. You know, do not mess with the organisation, okay?
Yeah.
You said that he gave me 2 bottles of poison, right?
Yes, 2 black bottles. There's a black liquid in it. This will be equivalent to the poison you already have. The one you got. Remember when you were like scouting for poison in France?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's
So-
going to basically be that.
Oh, okay. So it's the equivalent of my 2d8
And
poison.
it was 3 bottles, not 2.
3 bottles. Okay, so I'll just, instead of adding new resources, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna add 3 to
Just
my
add it to
resources.
that list. I think that's
Alright.
easier.
Okay, I've added 19 bottles of poison.
Okay. Do you guys want anything else?
I'm thinking, because when it comes to armor or anything, I think for what I am best at doing, I have already the best capable armor.
They're not going to have better armor here.
Yeah,
you
and
can
that,
tell.
and apart from that, yeah, that.
Okay.
I think.
In
I
which
have
case,
everything.
the man is going to thank you for coming and debriefing, and he's going to ask that you stay the night at this tavern, despite your reservations elsewhere.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I give
On
no
the
complaints.
morning, he expects you to begin work on your mission, and he ends with saying, "We are all looking forward to seeing a quick resolution to this problem."
Before we rest the night, there is something I have to do in the city. It would be perfect for the night.
You have a strong feeling that you have been told not to leave the building until morning.
Okay, fine.
However, if you want to do some meditation in your room or commune with gods or whatever, I mean, by all means. Who knows? You may get some insights on what to do next, or you may just get, a busy signal.
Apologies for the inconvenience. What was it? Beep, 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 beep.
Yes, pretty much. So, yeah, he will lead you back to the room and bid you farewell. He says to CD, "You will not be seeing me again." And then he says to Grigori, "You should hope you never see me again."
I stand to
And then
attention.
he nods at you in respect, returns the gesture to you of standing at attention, and then smartly turns and leaves without a further word. Okay, so what would you guys like to do overnight, if anything, or do you want to just cut to the morning?
Well, as soon as we get into a room, I'll just let out a very big sigh. Because, well, talking to superiors is always tense.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I don't really have anything.
All right, and what about you, Chase? Do you want to do anything?
No, basically, CD in the tavern. Well, it's an inn. Honestly, it's more of an inn. Basically, he starts mentally preparing himself for what he wants to do in the morning.
Okay, you don't want, because you DM'd me something earlier. You don't want to do that now.
I wanted to have a bit more flavor, so I want to do it in the morning.
I would recommend, if you want to get out of the way, you do it in a downtime period.
It's
Having
somewhat...
said that, I am going to ask Grigori to make a raw in wisdom. Just make a wisdom roll.
Okay.
Okay, with a 17, I'm going to say, please look at the last message I put into Roll20 and focus on that message.
And
Okay.
which...
If that's the case, when we are going to sleep, I will go into my meditative trance and I will try to ask for guidance from Titania.
Okay, I will come back to that momentarily because I want to give Chase a chance to do his thing first.
Yeah, of course. I've been hoarding most of the time today.
It's fine. This is kind of something that CD wouldn't have much to give to at the moment. It gets better, don't worry. Right, Chase. Do you want to do anything overnight in regards to what you DM'd me, or is this something that you really do need to do during the day?
Well, it doesn't really matter during the day or during the night. It's just it has to be somewhere outside of the inn. I can't do it in flavor-wise. It should be out of the inn, basically.
You could try to get out the inn if you really like to. There doesn't seem to be anything barring you from doing it. However, you did get a strong feeling that man was telling you don't leave the inn until morning.
Yes, it can be done in the morning. It's just I would have preferred to do it in the middle of the night. Add in extra creepy effect. But if that's not the case, then I'll just wait until
out
the
of character. I will say there are things going on that you are not aware of. So I'm not just trying to shit on your flavor, were. If you were to do this at night, certain things would happen that you might not want.
I'll just wait for the day. I
Okay.
really want it to be perfect.
Well then, Grigori, meditation. Who are you trying to reach in your meditation?
Before that, the +1 weapon, was it a bow or short bow or crossbow? Which one was it?
It will be the same as the masterwork, so you can use the same stats.
Okay, the short bow. Right.
Yeah.
I'll fix that up later then.
Sure. And yeah, you've also received, let's say, 25 arrows.
All right. How many arrows can I carry, by the way?
Bag of holding.
Yep.
Basically.
Okay. So, during my meditation, what is there anything happens? Is it just time passing? Is
Time
CD...
does appear to pass for you as per whenever you do meditation, but at a different rate to the rest of the world. You're focusing on reaching out to Tanya. You've done this before, but she's never answered you before. However, this time, after an indescribable amount of time, you can feel a warm radiance approaching you from somewhere extra dimensional. Like, it's almost as if you turn your head sideways and look down the corridor of time. Past the reds and greens and blues, deep into the octarine, and you just feel the presence of Titania envelop you. No words are exchanged, but you're just aware of a voice just coming out of nowhere and everywhere at the same time. My child, you've found yourself in quite a conundrum, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
What is it you need to ask of me?
I made an oath in order to save my life. However, the safety of this world and my nation, I feel it weighs more than that oath.
Yes, God oaths are not something to be taken lightly, of course. And whilst a God oath is not ironclad, a penance will be required if you break it. Grace's ancestors will not accept that you go completely free. And I am unable to completely stop them from seeking out vengeance upon you if you do not take a penance from me. Knowing this, are you still strong in your resolve to carry out your mission?
Yes. In order to ensure the safety of my nation, my people, and the continuation of my Empress reign, I have no
We
other
are
choice.
pleased in your strength of honor and your bindings to your people. Tell us, What is it you need of us?
Now that I do not know.
Oh, what is your mission?
My mission is to discourage her, who I once called a friend, from her ongoing conquest to put this world into war.
And how would you achieve this?
Either banish her from this place so that she could never return, or end her life.
The voice in your head goes silent for a while, and when it comes back, the warmth has gone from it slightly as a more serious, perhaps sinister tone is coming from Titania. We know of where he is. When you don't respond, she adds, the one you know of as Mars.
Would it be possible to send her to him?
We believe you already know the answer to that. However, she would have to be willing.
My orders were, if possible, to convince her to go away peacefully.
Then perhaps you now know what it is that you need and what you were seeking.
In order to bring her there, I need to go to him myself.
You
Or
feel as if you're enveloped in a warm blanket for a moment of protection. It is always painful when we must put one of our children at risk like this. But as I told you, penance will be required. Are you prepared?
I have no other choice.
It feels to you that she is saddened by your response, but accepts it.
I am prepared.
You feel that she accepts your response, is still saddened by it, but accepts it. And you feel her starting to pull away from you and saying, my time with you has come to an end. Please take all that you have learned and put it to good use. Know that trying to defeat Grace head-on will end in naught but fire and death for your entire world and everything you hold dear. And Titania basically leaves you at this point, going back to whatever domain that the gods reside within when they are not engaging with mortals. And you are once again alone in your meditative trance, floating in your mind's eye of the astral sea. You are left with, it's odd. You seem to have new information. You don't know how you had it. It's just suddenly you know this thing. And as you turn your head to what would account to as left in this domain, you can see off in the great distances, an infinite distance away, a red aura, a glow of what you now know to be Mars in the astral sea. Right. We can jump ahead to the morning if you'd like.
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
yeah.
Right. So
In the
when
morning.
you wake up, you find yourself in your bed, in the room. Nothing has changed since you went to sleep. You are able to go to the bar if you want to, or do you want to just leave? How would you like to approach your morning routine?
CD would actually have been at the moment that's considered morning. The moment that it is considered morning, he would be basically waking up. He wouldn't be waking up. Grigori wouldn't be waking up.
I mean,
He has the transfer formula.
Hang on, guys, hang on. We're saying you're getting up at the crack of dawn, and you want to leave. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
CD knocks on the door harshly.
I would like you to roll a stealth check if you're trying to sneak out without waking Grigori.
No, I'm not trying to sneak up without waking Grigori. I would like him to be with me, basically.
I only need 4 hours of sleep. We can go whenever you want.
Yeah, it said in the morning, so we're gonna just go in the morning.
Fair enough. All I will add is, despite you only need 4 hours of sleep, you do feel rather worn out.
Yeah.
Something about meeting your god seems to have really tired you out.
Yeah, I feel like I've woken up in a sweat, but instead of woken up, gotten out of the trance.
Pretty much. You are rested, you're not exhausted, but you have a bit of a headache. It's almost as if you drank too much. Oh, and I'll add one other thing to this. When you check yourself in the mirror in the morning, you'll notice there's a bit of dried blood coming from your nose.
I'm going to try to clean it off.
Oh yeah, you can clean it off easily.
Stare a bit in the mirror. Is there anything else that changed, or was it just a bloody nose?
Your eyes are a bit bloodshot. Your hair's an absolute mess. Other than that, other than the nosebleed, you could have just passed it off that you drank too much, though you didn't. However, I would advise don't meet with your god too often. Prestidigitation will help you to clean off.
I'll do a quick flick of the.
Would you like to offer CD your prestidigitation services? CD... I know it won't make much difference. CD is CD.
I'll offer it.
Okay,
well,
CD,
thanks.
You are a lot cleaner than you've been since you first went to France. You almost feel as clean as that time when you had a bath and got cut in half.
In any case.
No, he got cut in half first, then he got the bath.
Yes. In any case.
Yes.
I tell CD that shouldn't, honestly. I have a feeling I'm gonna feel a lot more dirty in just a while. I have something important to do. Something that I'd really would have loved not to. But I have to do it.
Alright.
Do you wish to come with me?
Right now, it is about 4 a.m, Chase.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this matters to what you're about to do, but there's not going to be many people up and about yet.
Up and about yet. Okay, that's fine. That's even good, as a matter of fact.
If else you can cast a pass without trace.
Yeah, we can do that if we really needed to. But If you want to come, I'm not gonna say no to extra company. I feel like I'll need it. It's nothing dangerous, but we're not even going to talk. Well, you are not going to talk to anyone. I have a lot to talk with someone. Something.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem. I'll
All
come along.
right. All right. Follow me. It's more on feeling this thing, not like your lot with messages and directions. He sighs like heavily. Going down and exiting out of it. And basically weaving through the city, almost like, as he said before, almost on feeling rather than actual direction or whatnot. CD, every once in a while, if
I'm
the
gonna
DM
pause you for a second.
Mhm.
Do you go out through the bar, don't you?
Yes.
Do you go out the way you came in? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Is
just
there any
gonna
other way?
quickly. Not that you know of. I'm just gonna briefly say to you that as you go through the bar, the innkeeper is there as before. The clientele is different, but their behavior is the same as when you first came in. They all look at you suspiciously, but they don't say a word. As you leave, you both get the distinct feeling that you are being watched once again. Now you may continue. Unless you
Shaking
want to do
this-
anything with what I said.
Shaking the feeling of being watched, since we agreed that we will stay in the night, and the night has passed. CD and hopefully Grigori behind him walk out. Walking out, and I don't think I would require a check for this. CD seemingly picks up random bits of metallic garbage from all around.
So, where are you finding metallic garbage?
Like a rusted nail here, some
Right.
like
Okay,
wire.
that does require a roll.
Apparently, spending all the day for that requires a roll. Okay, what should I roll?
It's like the sun has just come up. You don't have dark vision. You're looking for rusty nails amongst rubbish. You're gonna have to give me a roll on that.
Okay, so it's because I don't have dark vision. Is that it?
Part of it, but also you're looking for literally a needle in a haystack.
I mean, it's not that
Dude,
difficult.
just roll. Just roll. It's not.
What should I roll? What should I roll?
Perception.
Perception. Okay, I'm rolling perception. 13.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, thank you. In any case, CD finds seemingly random bits of metallic items and garbage. Things that really don't make any sense. But he almost you can't really tell. It's almost like a man. It's almost like an animal picking up stuff that interests them, like a bird picking up shiny stuff to make their nest out of, or hiding it in their nest, or a beaver just seeking wood. In any case, after picking up these random stuff on the way, he starts delving deeper into the urban sprawl. You are now in what you assume to be like the middle of this city.
The city center.
Yes, the city center. Except you're in like back alleys that you doubt even the citizens of this city would even know about. Like the urchins would have trouble finding these places. In any case, CD finds a decrepit building that has like the boards falling, the stone on it is like overgrown with moss and etc. It has fallen way over. It has fallen to like disrepair way long ago, and it offers no resistance as he makes his way in. With a final sigh, he places down the stuff like in a circle around the center of this building. placing them down, and basically dragging out the knife and cutting himself on the finger, and basically letting it bleed all over, forming a circle, like forming a connection of a circle between these stuff. As he has done that, he goes into the middle of it and like sits down. He takes the pose that you have seen him before do a lot of times, the one where he meditates basically, and simply speaks that this is not gonna be nice. I just want you to look out for me, and if anything weird happens, I guess, figure it out. I know it's
weird.
I know.
Confused look.
I
Okay.
know it's Vegas all hell. This. I guess I do owe you an explanation. You know about my transformation, right?
You you drew it.
Yes, but as you might have guessed, I am not a normal druid. I have this destructive streak to me, this unnatural bits.
Mm-hmm.
It's because nature prevails anywhere it comes, and that does include the cities. Some entity that has basically ridden nature is riding my connection to it as well. And I intend to talk with this entity. This ritual, usually, if were to be done by a normal druid, they would be walking into an area with the full focus of the forest. They wouldn't really be going it wouldn't really be somewhere noted. It would be somewhere instinctively known. They would, much like I did, pick up random bits of herbs, mushrooms, twigs, branches of trees, even fallen fruit. And they would do exactly the same thing I'm doing right now.
All right, I'll keep some distance and I'll watch over you.
Thank you. That's all I ask.
And I'll make sure that the door's closed as well.
And with that, CD starts trying to commune with whatever the hell it is that overridden his connection with nature. As he sits down, as like the normal process of the energies coming around, and then his eyes glowing red, he once again comes in face with the entity.
Well, Chase, as CD assumes his trance-like state and attempts to commune with the creature that he is aware that has always been observing him this entire time, his mind is slowly but surely whisked away, like falling into a sleep, and yet somehow feeling wrong, like it is a process that should not be occurring the way you would expect it to. You soon find your consciousness being almost submerged, but not into anything in particular. Like, submerged into an absence of light. An inky blackness made up of no substance but sheer nothingness. And yet there is a presence. And you feel a patient and yet expectant desire to hear your voice.
Are you there?
Yes.
I want to speak with
Go on then.
you. Sorry. Repeat that again. It cut out on my end.
He just said, go on then.
I want to speak with you. There is something I need to know. You are the one responsible for my condition. Am I correct?
For your affliction.
Yes.
There's no response to that.
Well, I know you are the one. I have not come to berate, to break, or to dissuade you from that. It has come to my attention that you, whatever you have done to me, you are not the greatest evil that I'm facing.
You want more.
Hesitantly. No, not hesitantly. He almost looks unsure to himself, but then boldly says, yes, I want more.
That could be arranged. What do you want? And I'll tell you what I can provide. We could sort out the payments later.
I want power to be able to change this world, to be able to whisper into it and afflict the minds of others. You've seen that woman, the one that calls herself Grace. You've seen what entity, what the God, he says that almost spitting the word out, that God wants. And I know that, and it doesn't take a genius to understand that this is a threat to almost everything in here. A God killing God is a
No
threat.
threat to me. Nah.
And that's why I'm coming to you. But it is threat to me, threat to what I own, what I love, what I want. The druids in here love their nature. The druids in here love their nature, but it is given to them by their gods. And despite me,
Do you know what I am?
no.
Good, you should probably keep it that way.
He chuckles. Regardless, the druids in here have their power through connection with the gods of this realm. If they are to die, the druids in here lose their way of life. I may have drifted far away from them, but I know for a fact that I still love them. And so, I'm willing to give you my soul and then more. for
Your
your
soul.
favor. Yes. Yes.
Can't give me what you don't have.
This word sent a chill down CD's spine. Then what can I give you that you would want?
How about promise?
Yes. What is
Haven't figured that part out yet. But
So-
how about for now? I'll just let you do what you like for a bit. I'll figure out the rest later. Let you know. Don't worry, it won't be anything to handle. Deal? As he says deal, you can't help but notice that the inky blackness seems to have formed into an almost wispy smoke-like hand offered out in front of you.
smoked out
There is-
hat?
Smoky hand
Hand.
that's held out in front of you and is simply hovering there, wispy and almost illusory in nature.
Deal. He takes that hand.
As you go to reach for the hand, your hand in turn simply brushes straight through it, causing it to immediately wisp away. And as it does, you hear the voice return again, saying, "Have fun." And with that, you're back in the room.
CD
Really?
starts breathing. Fuck.
Did I notice
Chase.
anything changing or anything while this hell happened?
Chase, I would like you to take a measure of exhaustion for the rest of today. That means you'll be rolling at disadvantage.
On ability checks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say that for the half hour or so that Chase was in that, that CD was in that meditative stance, whilst there wouldn't have been any, changes with him, you will have noticed that there would have been smoke rising from the various bits of decayed metal that he had gathered and arranged into this circle. And the pair of you would notice that the iron nails, the rusty copper pieces, the shattered pieces of slate roofing tiles that have been gathered about, these artifacts of artificial influence, they will have all been restored to a state of pristine beauty, like they were crafted only moments ago by the most careful and meticulous of hands.
CD continues to breathe heavily. I wish I'd never have
I'm
to
gonna
do this
make a
again.
remark. I'm just gonna remark. Nice party trick.
Yeah, you like it? It only costed my soul.
Well,
Don't
that's
say
not
I
true.
didn't have that.
You had one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry, that-
surprised too.
CD has no soul confirmed.
Ah, I didn't know he was a ginger. A ginger
You stole
monster.
that joke. I wanted to say that.
I mean, Ginger, you say there was no perceptible change to CD, but has his hair changed colour?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
You're a ginger in spirit, then. Right. After that debacle, what would you guys like to do?
Well,
I would
after-
like to point out that you know what city Grace is in at the moment. Whilst you don't know precisely where she is, you could probably work out from asking people or just querying where the latest defaced chapel is. If you leave it too long, though, it might become harder to track her if she leaves the city.
well, I would like to brief Chase in what I want, what my orders are. In that,
That would be a good idea.
that
And perhaps
My-
let him know what happened last night.
yes, that is what I will convey to him. That my orders are to get Grace away from our realm, get the Grace away from our world. Preferably, I would like, because of my oath and also his oath, to do that in a way that doesn't that doesn't contradict what we promised. My goddess has shown me where Marsh is, and I have a way, a means of getting Grace to there. She made a promise to us. We made an oath to her. I'm fairly sure that we can convince her to make an oath to us to leave this realm and go with Marsh.
Are you going to tell CD about the fact that because of the oath, if you do this act, penance will need to be made for you?
I'll tell him that there will
In
be
which
something.
case, I would like Chase for you to make a wisdom roll.
Let me make a wisdom saving throw.
Just a roll.
So 22.
Bloody hell, your rolls today. Yeah, okay. You have, from that wisdom roll, determined that your oath probably will also require some sort of penance. Lest you basically get chased down by the ancestors of Grace and pretty much murder killed by ghosts. In horrible ways. Now, all I'm going to say to you is unfortunate you didn't know this information before you communed with your deity, because you may need to make a deal with your deity after the fact so that he can extract a penance from you to ensure you don't get murder death killed.
All right. I'll make sure to contact them.
It does somewhat amuse me that you say you never want to do that again, and you might have to now.
Oh.
Perhaps it is what your deity was implying about he'll get back to you. But you basically owe him.
Yep. Yeah, I owe him now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he owns me apparently as well.
Well, that was always the case. Anyway, what would you guys like to do? You have, I believe, a rough plan of what you want to get done, right, Theo?
Yeah. The gist of it is make a, well, but the orders are to make a sign of Mars. So I will do.
Okay.
I will get. Seeing that his sign is swords, a cross made out
Two
of
swords crossed together, yep.
I will go to a blacksmith, and
Okay.
I'll pay whatever it's needed for him to do it as fast as possible,
Well, the blacksmith gives you a very funny look because you basically want to take two actual serviceable swords and pretty much weld them together. And it seems like a big waste, but when you I'll say you're willing to pay anything, he is happy to do it. It will cost you 800 gold pieces, which seems a lot for two long swords. However, it's also the emotional turmoil of forcing a man to destroy his work. But by the end of it, you have a cross made of two long swords. And if you'd like, you can have it mounted on the end of a stick.
I'm assuming that the stick is included in the price.
Sure, why not?
Let's do that. Let's have it with the stick.
Okay, you now have a holy symbol of Mars that you can carry around on a stick. You will not be able to put this in any bag of holding anything. It's too ungainly.
But
So you're going to have to walk around with it.
I can put a bag over it or something. I can wrap it up in something while carrying it.
You can
around,
totally
right?
wrap it up in canvas or something. Yes.
Yeah, let's do that. And well, I turn to CD and then say, there's also one other thing that I need to test out, and that is, I gesture towards the knife. If people other than me can move around with this.
Give it to me. I'll try it.
No. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that inn that we were at that we ordered the room in. We have 2 rooms there, so I want to try something out. I assume that we still have the rooms.
At the other tavern.
Yeah.
What was the name you gave it?
the meet your needs in.
That's it. Yes. The meet your needs in is yes. You still have that until lunchtime.
Yeah, I just want to go there and try something out. I assume that we can make our way there without any hassle.
Sure. Yeah. You get there. Some people give you odd looks because you're carrying around a giant bag on a stick, but no one really stops you. Everyone's too busy with their own, lives at the moment. Loading things onto boats, unloading boats, etc.
All right. Well, as soon as we arrive there, I just want to go to both rooms. Just get in there and check them out.
Okay.
And
They look like standard inn rooms, nothing untoward.
Mm-hmm. And as we do, then what I want to do is I stand in one room. I take out my dagger, and with the
Is CD with you?
Yes.
Okay.
With the blunt edge, I try to imitate the what was it? The wood elf I saw in my visions.
Are you doing this in clear display of CD, or are you trying to hide how it works from him?
No, I'm doing it in clear display.
Okay, so I'm going to rule here that whatever you do here, CD, I would like you to roll quick wisdom for me.
Okay. Quick wisdom, not wisdom saving throw.
Actually,
yes?
no, make it intelligence.
Intelligence saving throw?
No, it's just intelligence.
Okay, intelligence.
Bloody
21.
hell, your rolls. Yep, okay. You are going to learn how the knife works from there. So you could conceivably, if you were tuned to it, also use it.
I look back
Right,
at CD.
please continue.
Don't tell this to anyone else. And
I'll associate.
In any case, in my mind, I picture the other room, and I slash with the blunt edge in just the air in front of me,
Yeah, as you do so, reality appears to peel apart, almost as if the air itself has been ripped in twine, and through that gap, you can see first just bright light, but then it resolves into a view of the next room.
Could you step through it, CD?
I'll try and step through it.
Ginger, can CD step through the portal alone?
Yes, he can.
Okay. So he is able to step through, and you find yourself on the other side of the room. No distance appears to happen between each end of the portals. You, one moment you step forward, next moment you're in the room with the portal behind you.
There is one point worth noting, by the way. If at any point either Gregory or CD would look around the portal to view it from the quote-unquote back, all you would see is a equally shaped tear in reality that seems to show a starry night sky.
Indeed. Right. So,
I stepped through it as well.
okay. Yeah, you go through it. As with CD, one moment you take a step forward, next moment you're in the next room, as if you just walked there. You, as far as you're concerned, just took a normal step. You are now in the room, standing next to CD, who is bemused and looking around the room. It's like, this isn't the room I was in a second ago.
Entertaining.
CD has complete understanding of what just happened in terms of the mechanics of the knife, but actually experiencing it is still a bit confusing. Your bearings a bit off for a moment.
Is the portal still up?
It is.
Okay.
Can you close this thing now?
With the with the blunt edge again, I try swiping through it.
As you go to swipe with the blunt edge, you find that the moment you even begin to lift your hand with the intention of attempting to will away the portal, it just simply snaps shut. It seems as though the mere desire to have it no longer be is enough to cease its existence.
I turn back to CD and say, seems like that did the trick.
It did. Huh.
So she can walk through the portal. If we manage to get her to agree to this, she won't be an issue longer in this world. We won't have to kill her, and she can go on her merry way with Marsh.
Would have preferred for her to be burned to death, but I'll take that.
CD, your wisdom is high enough that you know that your god oath prevents you from murder-deathing her.
I know what
And in
my
fact,
oath
what
gets me
you're
there.
actually intending to do together really comes close to violating the god oath. And some gods may say it does.
I know what it does. It's just that part of it is technicality, really.
If you say so.
Now the only thing that we have to do is find her. Oh, by the way, it's been past the 20 minutes and I have a feeling that my mother will be getting a bit cranky.
We are very close to being done. Like, I think if you guys beeline, we could probably be done in less than 20 minutes. Green flame black. What is this? What are you doing, Chase?
Yeah. I'm not doing anything.
Okay. What are you attacking?
No, I'm just testing something out. I was
Like,
seeing.
please don't test things out right now.
Okay, fair enough.
Alright, you need to find Grace. How are you
Mhm.
going to do it?
Well, we'll start back at the ship, and I mean, it's not very difficult to find a paladin that talks about a god nobody knows.
You're not wrong. So,
I-
okay. As you head towards the ship,
Well, not necessarily the
you
ship,
will.
but just the port, and we'll just
Yeah,
keep our eyes open
okay.
and ears.
I would like you both to make perception roll as you're walking back towards the ship.
Perception roll. Okay. Now
Alright,
I'm doing shit.
CD, you're still distracted because of your exhaustion, and you don't really, you're just focusing more on one thing
Right.
than the
I
other.
have exhaustion. Okay. Fuck
Even
you.
more so. Oi, you deserve it for what you went through. Anyway, Grigori, on the other hand, overhears various murmurings about some crazy woman, damaging a chapel overnight. What's the word that for?
Desecrating.
I can't. Desecrate. That was the word I was looking for. Thank you. Desecrating a chapel. So, and you hear other rumors of, people talking about just there's this crazy person causing trouble, preaching, and then, asking people if they know where she can find someone to copy books for her. Now, if you were to ask any of these people saying the rumors, none of them really want to talk to you about it. In fact, they quickly go quiet and make themselves scarce.
I would like to be able to go after one of them and use
Okay.
my.
You're going to chase one of them down.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like you to roll both perception to make sure you don't lose them in the crowd, and athletics.
Perception and athletics. Okay, let me just turn the disadvantage. Perception, I suck. Athletics, I will suck even more. What the fuck?
Okay, Grigori, you're able to keep an eye on this person as they're retreating into the crowd, and whilst you manage to stumble because you get caught up on someone's foot, you call out, "He's over there!" And whilst CD doesn't quite see them, I guess he's not as tall as you. He's able to weave amongst the crowd, find them, and waylay them. So you now have this startled gentleman. He's like, I don't want no trouble here, okay? I'm just a normal guy. Please let me go.
I will kindly ask him. Don't worry, we just want to know where the lady is. Then you can go off on your own way.
No, I said I don't want no trouble with some crazy women, okay? But if you want her, I heard she was somewhere in the north of town, in a park, proselytizing, trying to get people to join a crazy cult. With that, he tries to struggle his way out of your grip and leave.
I'll just tell CD to let him go.
I let him go.
Well, we have a direction. I guess we'll make our way there now.
Yeah, I guess you would.
You said something about a black bead. Maybe on our way we can ask. If somebody here has it.
If you want to get the black pearl and the dragon trinket, you will have ample opportunity in the markets.
Okay, I actually try. I try to buy the black pearl, and the
Right. We'll do the dragon trinket first. You just need anything with a picture of a dragon on it, right?
Yes.
I'll
okay.
help him.
You can
I'll
get.
help him.
You're gonna get. No, it's fine. He doesn't need to roll for this. You'll spend an hour looking around in the markets, and you'll find a chipped teacup with a picture of a dragon on it. Will that do?
Does it cost 500 gold pieces?
No, it costs 2 silver.
No, it needs to cost 500 gold pieces.
Okay, you need specifically a 500 gold piece dragon picture. In
Yes.
which case you do need to roll for that. Give me investigation, both of you, and CD you on disadvantage. Yeah, CD you don't find anything, but Grigori like grabs your shoulder and points. There's this shop selling paintings, and one of the smaller ones, about the size of let's say half a foot tall, right? Has a picture of a dragon on it. It's made with gold paint, and the frame looks quite expensive as well.
Is this thing going to fuck with me while I'm in combat?
I don't know what you want to do with it.
It's a component for a spell called Summon Draconic Spirit. With it, I call forth a draconic spirit that manifests in an occupied space that I can see within range. It's corporeal form.
Okay, I'll answer your question then. With Roll Arcana.
Roll Arcana.
I'll check it as well.
13.
You do not believe that there is any magic in this object.
The object itself doesn't need to be magical. It just needs to be...
You do not believe that this object is anything but what it appears to be. A mundane, but very well painted painting in gold paint of a dragon. Signed by some very well-known and famous artist.
So what you're trying to basically say is that this item does not fit the criteria for a magic item, for the summoning spell.
Well, it sounds like you just needed something worth 500 gold with a dragon on it.
Yes.
That's what this is.
Yes. But you're trying to dissuade me from buying it.
Am I?
No.
Jace, stop being dense. This is precisely what you're looking for.
Okay, calm the fuck down, for fuck's sake. Alright, well, no, but the thing that I was asking is that, like, is this combat viable, basically?
I don't know.
Chase,
it's
density.
about half a foot. It's about half a foot tall. Do you know how big a foot is?
No.
Do you know how big your foot is?
15 centimeters.
Oh, okay, I know it's 50 centimeters. That's okay. If that's the case, then I can buy it. Okay, I'll buy it for its price.
Okay, it is worth, according to the guy selling it, at least 700 gold. It is a one-of-a-kind piece by a great painter. For the sake of brevity, I'm not going to make up a name, but it's like a really famous guy from somewhere in the northern elven empire.
I'd like to persuade him
What would you like to persuade him?
to, like, at least lower the price to 600.
Okay. You know what to roll. With disadvantage. And
I'll help him
Theo,
out.
you're not allowed to help him on this.
Okay.
Screw me. 13.
No. In fact, he's going to add an extra 50 gold onto it now. You've managed to persuade him it's so rare that it's actually worth 750 gold in his mind now.
Seriously? Okay, never mind.
Right,
Fuck
Chase,
it.
Chase,
I'll allow
Chase,
it. I'll
just
buy
buy
it. I'll buy it.
Just
I'll
buy the
buy it.
bloody painting. The more you prevaricate, the more expensive I'm going to make it. Okay, you
Yeah,
have
it
add
just
to
sounds
your
like
inventory
punishing you. Nothing.
a small painting of a dragon made with gold paint with an expensive frame. It's about 15 centimeters tall.
I accidentally typed in a dragon. Alright, I have it.
Right. Now you want a black pearl, do you? I have
Yes.
no idea how much those are worth, so let me look it up.
300 gold pieces, and that's it. Wait, no, actually, it's 200.
No, it's 500. I just looked it up.
You see? Where did
Yeah.
you look it up?
Check the chat. I just put it in for you.
It's
Black
it's
pearl gemstone costs 500 gold pieces.
no. I'm never mind. Fuck. This is part of the All Beneath the Yonder Sea and Streams. It's not an actual player handbook piece.
All right, show me a link to it. Otherwise, it's 500 gold.
It's I can't show you the link. You're gonna have like.
It's 500 gold then.
Let me show you too. Calm down. Like, you first have to agree to at the very least have this spell. I'm gonna post it in
What's the spell you want to cast?
It's called Corrosion.
All right, let me look it up.
You don't have to. I posted it in the Yesrallaw Odyssey.
Where are you getting this spell from?
It's I wanted the campaign of the All Beneath the Yonder Sea and Streams because it had some interesting monsters. So I had to download the
all I'm gonna say, right, all I'm gonna say to you is that for future reference, most DMs do not appreciate you bringing extra source books that they haven't okayed.
Yeah, I know. I just noticed that. I was going to tell you that. Never mind. Forget about the Black Pearl because it is like an outsider spell. So forget about it.
I will allow you to have this in exchange for the 500 gold Black Pearl.
No.
Okay, you do not have this spell.
I do not have this spell. I'm not paying.
Bear in mind, even if I'd allow you to have it, you would have needed a long rest to prepare it.
No, I don't really need.
Yes, that is. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, yeah. Actually, yes. Actually, you are correct. I'm sorry. You are correct. I'm sorry.
All right. Is there anything else you would like to buy, Chase?
No, actually, I don't have anything else. I should delete the abyss.
Okay. Would you guys like to go find Grace, or do you want to buy something else?
I'm gonna go grab a drink somewhere in the market, and then I'm ready to go towards Grace.
Okay, roll an investigation.
I roll as well.
You for some inexplicable reason find a Starbucks coffee shop and are able to get an espresso latte. Theo, God damn it. Theo gets lost. Sorry, not Theo.
CD
gets lost. Now, all I'm going to say is, after you buy that coffee, the Starbucks just, for whatever, just instantly ceases to exist. It's like one of those weird traveling shops that turn up when you roll really well and have exactly what you need, and then just disappear. And all you can see when you turn back is a plain wall.
This is like a weird cookie shop that only opens at midnight.
It's even weirder than that. This is a shop that literally travels the multiverse and is only there once in a blue moon, and only when you exactly get what you need.
Oh, that reminds me, we can go to Bob's Burgers.
No, you can't. At least not right now.
Oh, Tom's Burgers, that's what it was. Okay, yeah. This has been a silly day.
Yes. So now with latte in hand, you are fully prepared.
As prepared as we'll ever be. I think at this point,
what would you like to do?
This is, I think, the moment where we need to make one less save point before reaching the end.
I'm sorry, you've already gone beyond the save points.
Well, let's go.
Okay, how are you going to approach the where this green area, this park, as it were? Actually, sorry, it wasn't a park. It was a square, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Either way, a square plaza. How are you going to approach it? Are you just going to stride in confidently? Are you going to sneak in?
Can I get a quick view of the place first before going in?
Sure.
Is she just standing there trying to like?
She's basically standing in the center of a plaza. People walking around, not giving her much heed. As far as you can see, she's on her own. She doesn't appear to. Well, no, Ambrosius is with her, but you can't see Bruce or Garrow. You also can't see Alistair. And she's basically just calling out to people like, look at my Bible, look at what my God says we must do. And some people are stopping and listening for a moment. Some people are like making, polite gestures of paying attention before moving on. But most people are just trying to rush around. It's a late morning and people have places to be.
Okay.
Actually, it'll be early afternoon, but yeah, people have places to be after their lunchtime. They've gone back home for lunch. Now they need to get back to the docks to get on with work.
Okay.
I'd say at the moment she has her back to you from the direction you've come from.
I'll talk to CD before going in or making our position known. Okay, this is what I plan. That horse is gonna spot us, be it willingly or unwillingly. I know that somehow she's gonna notice that we're there. So I'm just gonna go in and announce with this, and I hold the sign of Marsh high with this, and I'm gonna repeat what the angels have been telling us. That be not afraid. What do you think of that idea?
I know. Is there a chance that she'll just, try and put you down?
Maybe, but for how much of a maniac she is, I doubt she'd do that immediately. Although, well, I just hope she won't. If not, well, get me out of here and we'll try something else.
If she starts attacking, stay within a good distance away from her. If she starts doing anything, I'll be basically readying to cast hold person on her.
If
It will.
If anything happens, I can go invisible. I plan to do that, and I can also slightly change my position. So hopefully I'm not immediately dead.
And if she does start doing anything, I'll cast Hold Person. That will give you the time to do whatever the hell you need to do.
I hope.
I hope too.
But I don't plan on
Waiting to find out.
that, and I don't plan on hurting her because, well, as much as I would like to, I would like to at least try to uphold that oath to get as little wrath of the gods as possible.
Me and you both. Come on, let's do this. Be done with this.
So, with that said, I'm unfurling the cloth around the sign of Marsh. I'm holding it
Okay.
up high.
Okay.
And like I said earlier, I'm gonna hold it up high and I'm gonna shout, "Be not afraid." And I slowly walk towards her.
As you rightly surmise, Ambrosius sees you almost immediately, and Grace just stops on what she's doing and turns around and looks at you first, looking a bit confused, then a bit angry, because as far as she's concerned, you weren't ever supposed to come near her again. And then she sees the sign of Mars that you're carrying, and she gives pause. I never expected to see you again. What are you doing here? Have you finally embraced our god Mars?
I wish to talk. I do not wish violence. And I have something that you might be interested in.
Well then, speak. But if you do any funny business, know that I will strike you down with Mars's wrath immediately.
I know. And I'll walk a bit closer to her. To an appropriate distance. And then I'll tell her, I know where Marsh is.
He observes you for a moment, trying to figure out what your angle is. She says, well, of course you know where Mars is. We all know where Mars is. He is with us everywhere and always.
I know that, but in this case, I know how to bring you to him. Right now. And I would like to offer...
Trickery is this?
There's no trickery. I'm speaking the truth. And I would like something in return. I am offering you the possibility of going with your god. And what I am asking in return is to leave this place untouched.
I can make no promise that this place will never be untouched, for it is Mars's will that there will be war, and war may still come here no matter what I do.
Be that as
However,
it may. Yeah?
if you can genuinely bring me to Mars, then I will listen.
I'll move a bit closer. I'll lower the banner slightly.
How close are you getting?
Let's say, 15, 20 feet.
Okay.
And I'll put the banner, like, I'll put the stick of the banner, I'll put it down. So I don't have to keep holding it.
I would like you to roll wisdom.
Okay.
Not a wisdom save, just a wisdom. Your wisdom tells you should probably keep the symbol of Mars up during the entirety of this conversation.
Okay. I'll keep it up. I do not wish any more harm upon you, and if war happens here, then so be it. Let it be nature's thing, because it's not something that's always inevitable. I know that. However, if I can help it, I do not wish you to be the starter of it. And in exchange for that,
I will start whichever wars I see fit to be started for the greatness of Mars. And you, with the God Oath, cannot oppose me in this.
I just propose that I can bring you to him, and you can go with him wherever else, and leave the starting of wars and whatever to the people here.
I would like to roll persuasion.
Do you not
Wait.
want to be with your god?
Yes, Chase?
I know this would be a lot to ask, but I still want to ask it anyway. Could I cast Enhance ability on him and give him the Eagle's Splendor, which gives him advantage on Charisma?
You know, I will. I'm going to have you and Theo both roll me an intelligence. Not a save, just an intelligence roll. And you do have disadvantage on this, Chase.
Alright, I'm rolling intelligence right now. Okay, 14.
Okay, 14 is good. 14 is good enough. Yes, I'm going to say that you had the foresight before going into this to buff him.
But we would just for Ginger's sake, we would have casted it like out of reach.
Yeah, this is why I had them roll intelligence checks, Ginger, to see if they had the foresight to cast a spell beforehand. If they cast a spell in front of Grace, that could be messy. That's what I'm saying. What will this do? What will this do to the persuasion roll then?
It will give it advantage.
Mm-hmm. Which, if it's
and it won't,
Chase
that won't
speaking,
do anything.
If it's Chase speaking, then yeah, that would all that would really do is just
If it was me, but it's not me, it's him.
If it were to add +2 to the persuasion roll, then that would have been, important. I'm going to say that you have not convinced her so far to abandon her cause in Yesrallaw. However, you haven't completely closed the door.
And you have advantage out the rest of the talk.
Yes, on wisdom based rolls, is that, or was that charisma based rolls?
Charisma based rolls.
Okay,
Look,
that's fine.
If I cannot oppose you in what you want to do here, at least let me attempt at handle it, and I can bring you to Mars, and you can bring glory and war to much more places other than this place.
And I suppose I could do the most good for my god if I was serving directly at his side. That is true. And this world will be conquered and brought to war when Mars sees it fit. He's clearly not interested in it right now, I suppose. I have not heard from him since we have arrived here. Very well. Show me your way to bring one to Mars. And if I find it appropriate, then I may be willing to take you up on your offer.
All right. Just so you know, I will put down the staff. I will lower the staff slowly.
Your wisdom has told you it's not
Yeah.
a good idea
Okay,
to lower the staff.
Okay, I won't do that. I can bring you there.
You could
with-
give the staff to someone else, but
Yeah.
you don't think it should be lowered.
Aren't you in a park? Like, that's part of it?
It's a plaza. It's like a big a cobblestone area where people
okay.
come together.
Okay, never mind. I thought if you were like in a park, you could just stab it in the ground and just
Do you
did
think
something.
That would probably be disrespectful.
I'll gesture
Stabbing it
toward.
to the ground?
I would see it as a thing of this is conquered, but whatever. I'll gesture to one of the other people standing near me if there are any to hold this.
The closest person standing near to you is CD.
CD, come and hold this.
CD comes in and holds the banner and keeps it aloft.
Grace gives CD a very stern look. She says, I don't trust you. If you so much as lower that by 1 inch, I will show you the true meaning of worshipping Mars.
Do I still have my ready action for casting Hold Person?
Don't.
You do not have a ready action for casting Whole Person because you never told me you had it.
Okay, never mind then. I don't have it.
Unless you're talking about last night, in which case, no, ready actions don't go beyond a long rest.
Okay, never mind.
I will tell her that he won't do anything. He won't be coming with us. It's just me and her. And he will not lower this, and not even a thou. He will keep this high, and he won't move from his place. I will gesture to my knife in a way that I'm not picking it up, that she can see my hands. You know what I can do with the knife.
When you go to draw the knife, she puts her hand on her sword and takes a ready pose. Like, as if she's about to draw her blade, thinking you're trying to challenge her.
I'm not putting my arm around it, I'm not putting my hand around it, I'm just patting it.
Okay. She relaxes a bit when you don't draw your blade, but she remains prepared. She said, if you are so eager to challenge me, let me offer you my spare longsword. It would not be fair to do sword versus dagger.
This is not a challenge. This is the means, with what I will bring us to Mars. And it won't be by fight. I would like to show you, but please, I won't be attacking you.
There is no better way to Mars than through the honor of combat.
See this as you already having bested me at combat. And this is my way of saying that you have bested me, and a way to keep my honor.
pauses for a moment to reflect on what you just said, and then says, "Show me your way to Mars."
All right. And then I'll point away from her, so I will take out the knife and open the portal to the astral plane in a quick motion.
Okay. Where in the astral plane are you opening the portal?
The vision that I had, which showed Marsh in front of me.
Okay, as you focus on the visage of Mars within the astral plane, you feel Mars staring into you as the portal opens. Through the portal, all you can see is the murky darkness of the astral plane, but about what you'd estimate is somewhere between 100 meters and 1 million meters, it seems to change as you stare at it, is a red mist that you can't quite focus upon, but you know it is Mars within it. And you hear from within the portal, "Interesting. I wondered where that got to."
And then I'll gesture to Grace and say, "Come and look, for there's your god."
Grace will peer into the portal, first distrustful, but when she sees what is within, she has an almost rapture-like moment. She looks at you and asks, "And I can just walk into this, and I will be there?"
And I give her a nod.
She begins to walk to it and then stops and said, "No, show me. You go first."
Okay. And I go through it.
She watches you go through and sees you in the astral plane. "Ginger, could you describe to Theo what it feels like to physically be in the astral plane briefly?"
The sensation is bizarre. As opposed to previously, when you have existed in the astral plane in a spiritual form, this time, well, in the spiritual form, it feels as though you are in a dreamlike state, and that you can manipulate the space around you in terms of its spatial dimensions merely as a thought. However, with you being physically in the astral plane, that logic is no longer applying. It feels as though you are simply suspended, for lack of a better way of describing it, in space. Only with air, of course. Once you step through the portal, Grigori, you would be overcome with the feeling of, there's nowhere to push off from here.
Does he maintain his momentum?
He would.
Okay,
However,
you were slowly barreling head over heels towards Mars.
It would be worth bearing in mind, though, that the logic of being able to propel yourself with your mind still applies here.
If that's the case,
That would require an insight roll to figure out.
Yeah. It wouldn't be particularly high, though, since that is something that is somewhat...
I would say 15 is good enough, given your conversations with the old man and elf. So you are able to, through force of willpower, right yourself and just kind of like fly in this murky blackness. You know, just hovering a few meters away from the portal. Grace will seem a mixture of relieved and happy at seeing this actually is the thing. And she kind of like dusts herself off, and make sure everything's prim and proper. After all, she's about to meet her god again. But before she does, she realizes, no, she can't just go in without a proper herald in front of her. So she turns to Seedy, who is currently bearing the symbol of Mars, and say, You must go before me, holding the symbol of Mars.
I just look at Grigori. Just fucking sigh. Fine.
Do it.
You don't have to do it.
I'm doing it.
Okay. Well, as you step through, you have a similar sensation as Grigori. And I think I'd like you to roll an insight as well to see if you can figure out how to control your motion.
9.
And you fail. You
Oh.
have disadvantage at the moment.
I'll stabilize. I'll try to stabilize him a bit.
Yeah,
Then it's a
make
19.
a athletics check as he
With
tumbles
disadvantage?
past you.
Not acrobatic.
No, he has neither advantage nor disadvantage.
Alright, athletics or acrobatic?
Not you, CD. This is for Grigori trying to catch you.
Ah, okay.
Would it be athletics or acrobatics?
I'd say it's athletics. You
Lovely.
reach out and try and grab him, but your hands grab ethereal air and he kind of tumbles past. It's all right. He's not moving too fast. He's not in any immediate danger. He just doesn't look very dignified as he tumbles through the astral plane. However, Grace is going to step through, and I would like Ginger to roll on my behalf on Grace's sheet for insight.
Sure thing. Give me
And she will get advantage on this because she's seen both of you do it. Yeah, she just basically walks through and just continues walking, really sure of herself on nothingness, but she's just walking. And Ambrosius follows behind her and is now walking beside her. She will actually reach out, and could you give me an athletics check for Grace?
Sure. Just a moment.
Yeah, I'll allow it. She reaches out, basically grabs Chase by the collar and basically settles him and says, "Get a hold of yourself. You are representing Mars right now." And she kind of basically frogs march you a few meters distance towards Mars, and will regally basically keep marching you in that direction, unless you do anything to prevent her.
I'll take it. I'll take over the holding of Chase.
She's basically, as you know, commanded that someone is carrying Mars's symbol in front of her. So, are you going to do anything to stop that, or are you going to let it continue?
I'll just take over the holding of the standard.
Okay. When you make that offer, she releases Chase, who starts tumbling away, and you kind of like ghost float in front of her as she marches from thin air towards Mars. As you get closer, Chase, you are basically floating away. I'm going to let you do another insight roll bit. Just bear with me. You start to feel like the energy of Mars against your skin, Theo. And at first it's like a warmth, but it suddenly starts to become a bit painful. Grace doesn't seem to mind, and Ambrosius doesn't seem to mind at all. And when you're at the edge of the cloud, it's actually starting to hurt quite a bit. You're going to take 1d4 damage.
Do I have to roll it, or you?
Oh. No, I'll roll it. You take 1 damage.
Okay.
And Grace stops you and says, "That's far enough for someone who is not a true believer." And she will, at that point, take the symbol from you, and then hold it out as if handing it to someone who isn't there. And a paladin, like a ghostly paladin, just kind of like materializes out of nothing and takes it from her and leads on. And they just march on into the red mist of Mars, leaving you behind. Chase, you may make your insight roll.
Did I disconnect?
No.
I think you did. You may make an insight roll now, Chase.
Alright. Can I do it to the normal, since I've seen them work it?
You're still exhausted.
Yeah, but since I've seen them do it, can I do it in normal now?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
As he, I'll try floating towards Chase.
Okay. Well, let's see if he needs that.
Well, we need to get out of here.
11.
Yeah, you haven't figured it out just yet. So Theo will hover over to you, ghost style, and grab you with one hand. What would you like to do now?
I'll just tell him to just throw me through the port and get
Let's
Out
get
of here.
out of here.
Okay, I'm guessing the portal has stayed open. You haven't willed it shut,
Oh.
have you?
I can close it shut and make one closer to us.
No,
could.
I prefer not to gamble with that. Just get us out through the normal portal.
Let's close it. That's probably for the best.
If we get stuck in the astral realm, I win.
What are you doing? Sorry, are you closing the portal?
Yeah, I'm closing the portal and I'm opening it. I'll attempt opening it back in a place that is in an alleyway that's less crowded. Last time I saw it.
Okay. Yeah. The portal closes on your command. And as you go to back slice with the blade, a new portal opens, just as you'd expect it to. And you can see it appearing in the alley where you first read the note the previous night. Would you
Let's
like
get
to
out
go
of
through?
here. Yeah.
Okay, you float through and unceremoniously toss a CD through, and you find
Oh.
yourself in the alleyway with the portal behind you. If
I
you look
close it.
into the portal, you can see the glow of Mars actually receding away. Even though you can't tell the distance, I say the distance seems to arbitrarily change as you look. There
Mhm.
seems to be like a sense of motion now, like a purpose, if you will.
Let's close this up quickly. And as I say that, I think of closing the portal.
And it closes. You are now standing in the alley. It's just you two alone, bags of trash around you, and I suppose you have a sense of accomplishment.
I spit on the floor immediately.
We actually got rid
Okay.
of her.
Yeah, we did. Fucking
I
finally.
just leave out a sigh of relief, like leaning against the wall. Whoosh.
As you lean against the wall, feeling the weight of the world leaving you, at least for now, Grigory, you suddenly start to shake and shiver. You feel yourself racked with pain and you double over.
I immediately just noticed and asked, the fuck is happening with you?
Grigori is unable to respond. He's in a lot of pain, and as you watch, his hair goes from blonde to pure white, and his features begin to sag as he ages rapidly. It stops eventually with him seeming to be maybe 500 years older than he once was.
I cast Lesser Restoration to add him.
Unfortunately, Lesser Restoration cannot reverse the ravages of time.
So it's not a disease or something similar.
It is not a disease. Grigori, I would like you to roll a... What would this be? I guess it's wisdom. We'll go with wisdom. You're not sure what's happened to you. You are quite confused. You feel exhausted. You don't feel as strong as you were before either. In fact, you are currently suffering -2 to both strength and dexterity.
A total -2? Or how? What?
Yes.
So the modifier is -2.
At the moment, yes.
Okay, can I roll something to find out what the fuck is happening to him?
You may roll of your choice any ability you like.
Any ability I like. I would like to roll specifically the medicine. Specifically, I would like to find out
Okay.
if this is similar to a horrifying visage type of effect that ages the creature up a lot.
Okay, well,
Fuck you, game.
with a natural 1, you have no clue.
Okay.
I put a hand on Chase, so just say. I'm guessing this is what happens when you go against the gods.
Okay, well, I've basically more or less covered everything I had planned for you guys.
Oh, that's my mistake. Don't mind. I was planning on
that's fine.
clicking the eye.
If you guys want to do anything in the town, go to a tavern or whatever, that's for you to do if you want. I'm happy to run this a little bit longer. But as Grigori correctly stated, this is his penance. You have basically aged about 500 years and taken a permanent penalty to both your strength and your dexterity. At the moment, it's -2, but after a long rest, it will be a permanent -1.
Could I actually use the diamonds that I have? Oh wait, no, never mind. Okay. After a long rest, I will be trying to cast a greater restoration spell on Grigori. The greater restoration spell should, if this is like something normal, the attack of a
Okay, before you cast your greater restoration, I would like you to make a wisdom. Not a saving throw, just a wisdom.
Ginger's typing something.
Yeah, no, I know what Ginger's typing. I will explain what's happened after the wisdom roll.
Wisdom, with disadvantage or normal?
No, you've had a long rest. You said so.
Okay, normal. I'm gonna cast
both of us?
The wisdom. Yeah, both of us. Hopefully.
18's good enough, I would say, but yeah, and 15's good enough. Good. All right, what has happened here is not a curse. It's not a disease. It's not a poison. Grigori was told by Titania that he would face a punishment. Right? He broke a god oath, and the gods have certain rules that they have to follow between each other to prevent constant civil war. In order to prevent the ancestors Grace's ancestors from being enraged and taking direct action against Grigori, she had to punish him for breaking the god oath. Punishment, which is divine in nature, has made it appear that he has aged 500 years. He has not, but he has appears that he has. With right cosmetics or even magical spells, you may be able to reverse how you look. However, the -1 penalties to your base stats is a permanent divine punishment. All in all, you got off fairly light there, because if Grace's ancestors got a hold of you, you would have been ripped apart and re-sewn back together a few thousand times.
As in the modifier is -1?
Yeah,
or...
your base strength and your base dexterity have both suffered permanently -1.
No, you don't understand. So the modifier, so the 9 becomes an 8, or does the
No. The underlying value. So if you have a dexterity of 18, it is now 17.
Okay. So only the strength and dexterity get lowered.
Yes. I did think about also doing Constitution, but then would have to recalculate your hit points. And
That would be a pain.
Titania was able to pull a few strings. Now, I will add one other thing, which is CD, I think, is wise enough to realise, unless he can strike a deal with his deity or entity, Grace's ancestors are going to be coming for him.
Okay.
He does not have... The god of the elves will not protect you.
I thought I did already, but never mind. I will basically...
You didn't know about this when you communed with him.
I will basically be doing that spell again. Don't... Yes, I understand.
Okay. Given the time, I assume that, Theo, you probably want to call it here. As for you, Chase, if you want to reconvene with your deity, we can continue a little bit on if Ginger's willing to do the voice again.
Deity is a bit of an overstatement. It's more akin to a business partner.
Fair enough. All I know is you recently asked something from him, and now you're going to go back asking for more. If you would like to regather all the components and materials and find a place to do it, as I say, if Ginger's up to doing the voice again, I'll allow you to commune with him before we wrap up.
Happy to go through with that.
Alright, if you're happy, actually, it's 1 a.m. in here and I am a bit tired, so I'm not the one that's happy doing this. But this isn't really something like should be very important. We can do it later, basically what I'm trying to say. Like even in private as well.
Well, how about I give you a quick summarization of the conversation that would
Happen?
I think that would be a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if CD was to go through the same process of asking for this entity to do what it can to help, then the entity would simply laugh at CD and inform him that spirits can only act on spirits, and his soul is not present to be acted upon. He's safe in the entity's hands.
About that, I would have basically asked the spirit, like, how did it get its hand on my soul?
At that, the entity would just laugh and
Naturally.
respond with, yeah, It was sold to me.
By who?
Spoilers.
I'm beginning to regret talking to you. But a deal is a deal, and I'm not one to shy over my deals. Alright. Very well.
Don't you worry. Yeah, you're safe in my hands.
And with that,
You know,
I think I need to close the stream.
Alright, close it. I just say one last thing to the
Okay.
stream.
Well,
You know,
in
you
which
need to
case,
talk.
I would like to thank everyone for tuning in, and we will see you in the next Yesrallaw adventure, whenever that may be. Thank you to Theo, to Chase, and of course to Ginger for supplying his expert evil guy voice.
Oh, no problem.
A big thanks to Ginge, Trigg, and Ness for DMing
Yes,
throughout all of this. And
yes.
also
Don't
Kiki
worry,
and Marsh for
this-
being with us. And CD.
This isn't the end of Yesrallaw in its entirety. I just need to take an extended break to build up the mental will to run it for another extended period of time.
But for now, that's the end of it.
Yeah. Also, Marsh, if you hear this, get the fuck back here, for fuck's sake.
All right, and on that bombshell, I bid you all good night.
Alright, see you guys later.
Good night.